Ask him if we got lapel. Yeah. I don't. No. No. So the very last bullet point in like the slides that I have, like on the very last slide, the very last.
It's going to be a diva, isn't it?
I think he's going to use that one, but
I'm just kidding.
I think he's going to use that one, but we want that.
There's no one else. It's live.
Travis. Yeah. And I need that. Or next time I just not be a client. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know why it's showing the bar across the top. Why is it doing that in slide mode?
Great question. I don't know the answer.
Whatever, we'll run with it. All right. Good. All right, we're going to get started here today. So welcome to Security B-Sides 2025. You're going to have to bear with me today. I am absolutely, completely exhausted. Very little sleep, traveling for the last 2 weeks, so my brain is working at like 50% capacity today. So again, this is B-Sides is our, I don't even know how many years now, math. How many?
This is number 13.
This is number 13 because we had to skip a time period there with, COVID and missing out all the funness. So right now, St. John's and Ottawa are the longest running events in Canada, and ours is one of the longest running events in North America and globally. So it's a nice achievement for us. All right, for all the new people that are here, the ones that don't know me, my name is Robert Percy. I've been in the industry for 27 years, definitely approaching that curmudgeon level of attitude, but I am the CIO for CoLab. I'm on LinkedIn. If you want to connect with me, please do so. And if you want to know more about me, find me tonight for the social, and I'm happy to chat. But this is not about me. This is about B-Sides. So first off, it's a very special thank you to our incredible partner, TechNL. Without them, we would not be able to do any of the financial things. Like, they handle all the invoicing, the sponsors, all of the payment for all the things that we have to buy. They just handle all the finance stuff, and especially Allison there. She is the one that does all the finances, and she is an incredible help. I want to thank CoLab, as there are a large number of the volunteers that work for CoLab, and they provide a lot of support, a lot of patience with us. This is volunteer driven. It does take a lot of time, and without their support, we definitely wouldn't be able to continue to do this. Want to thank the volunteers. Those are all in the orange shirts. So throughout the day, definitely go and show your appreciation for them. It takes a tremendous amount of effort to pull off this event, and without them, again, this wouldn't be possible. Very special thank you to all of the sponsors. We don't charge for B-Sides. The attendance is free, so the entire event is driven off of the sponsors. So without them, again, this absolutely would not be possible. So take the time today, go talk to the sponsors, show them your appreciation, listen to what they have to say. And of course, big thank you to all of you. Without the attendance, it's kind of pointless to have a conference, right? So we had an incredible response again this year to the ticket sales. It sold out in hours, and right now there's 160 plus on the wait list. So it's definitely time for us to consider how we can make this a little bit bigger to accommodate those. It's a nice problem to have, So, and I definitely want to have a extra special and very huge thank you to Nancy. Wherever she is, there's Nancy. She's very shy, so she's not going to stand up. But like this year in particular, in my role, it's very difficult to find time for anything, especially doing the volunteer stuff. And in the last 2 weeks, again, I've been traveling for work, speaking at conferences, and Nancy has taken the entire weight of everything that had to happen. So very appreciative of the work that you put in, and honestly, 90% of this was done by her. So definitely would not have been able to pull this off without her. This evening, we have a CTF that is hosted by our sponsor, AWS. There will be teams of 3 people. This is a very beginner-friendly event. We had people last year do it that had never ever signed into AWS before, first time ever looking at it, and they were placing in the top 5 teams. So I encourage everyone to participate. You're going to have a lot of fun, and we have prizes to give away. So, if you need incentive, that's a pretty good one. And it's not a hacking event. It's not a pen testing event. It's very much a hands-on working with AWS to solve problems in AWS. It's really great. There are volunteers that will be floating around to help people. You will need a laptop to do it, obviously. So if you don't have your laptop here, before the CTF starts, there is time. You can run out, grab your laptop. So Tyler from AWS, right there, he's going to be running it along with Stephen in the orange shirt. So if you're participating, see them. They're going to help you get signed up. And you will need an AWS Skill Builder account, but they'll show you how to do all that stuff. A few housekeeping items. Lunch will be served downstairs. We'll probably just do things in groups just to kind of keep things organized, so we'll let people know when it's time to go down. We have a bar, as always. The bar opens around lunchtime. We will be handing out drink tickets throughout the morning and the day. And this evening, we will be having our sponsor appreciation social. So I want everybody to stick around, show their support for our sponsors. There's free food, free beverages of whatever you want, and that starts around 6. And this evening, the open bar for the social is courtesy of our sponsors, Fortinet and CyberShell. As always, don't drink and drive. If you need help, getting taxis, whatever, please let us know. You can see a volunteer in the orange shirts, or come see me directly. Happy to help you out. There's a parking diagram on our website, so please stay in the designated area. So the upper lot, that's just outside the door up here, that is off limits. That's for the staff here in the building. But the middle and lower parking lot are good. So if you have parked in the upper parking lot, you can, make your way to get your car and move it down. And there is overflow parking across the road at the Geo Center. As always, we have prize draws. That'll happen throughout the day. We have great prizes, as always. We have a few things to give away throughout the day, and then we have 2 kind of larger prizes to give away at the end. The tickets are the ones that you got at the registration desk. However, I'm told that there's a slight little mix-up with some of the tickets early. So Brian is going to tell you how to fix that. And then when he's finished, I'm going to introduce our first speaker.
Okay, so first of all, you should have gotten a ticket with your name tag, though some people pulled out their name tag and it dropped. So go see the registration desk if that happened to you. As well, please come to the registration desk. If you look at the back of your ticket, there's 2 things that could possibly be back there. There's the Staples logo or a form to fill out with your name, address, and phone number. If yours has name, address, and phone number, please come see me at the registration desk because you were supposed to get the Staples part. We have some duplicates that ended up in the thing, so you have somebody else's other side of the ticket. We're going to fix that so that everyone has a chance to win. So again, if you have the form on the back of your ticket that says name, address, and phone number, please come see me at the registration desk. I will fix your ticket for you. And that way you'll actually have a chance to win. If you don't fix this, you'll be waiting going, are they going to pull my number? Are you going to pull my... And we're not going to pull your number. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Brian. All right, so our first speaker, who I was told that I need to stay on stage for like another 10 minutes before he starts. So maybe you can tell some jokes. I'm not funny, so I'm not telling jokes. So our first speaker this morning is a very dear friend of mine. We've known each other for quite a long time. He's a very good supporter of the security community and of B-Sides. And so I'm going to welcome Travis Barlow. Come to the stage and talk about swatting flies.
Thanks, man.
You're all wired up?
Time will tell. Can't speak to all the younger people in the audience, but I can tell you the older I get, the more fun technology has become. And I used to make fun of old people that had trouble with technology, but now I find myself to be one of them. We got nothing. What's that? It's coming? Maybe. I was kidding when I said I had trouble with technology, but here we go.
Here it is.
Like,
right?
what are the chances?
So the only thing I can think is on your display settings.
Is that it now?
Yeah, so that's the one that I'm not.
So make that primary.
Just, it's saying that it's there.
Yeah. The other thing, we can change the port here and see if that makes a difference.
Well, it's
Shouldn't be the same bus, right?
yeah, exactly.
Well, if I got to go without it, we go without it.
Oh, I know what it is. It's PowerPoint being stupid, so we need to flip the screens.
PowerPoint being stupid. There you go. Glad you're here, my friend.
Central view. Yeah, so the screens are the wrong way.
Okay.
Can I remember how to do that on a Mac? If you want to tell some jokes, this is a great time.
See, I'm terrible at telling jokes. So he's recommending I tell you some jokes. I'm absolutely terrible at telling jokes. I have a nice shirt on for you guys today. So if I'm not the most entertaining speaker, I should be the best dressed, I'm hoping. I'll go for entertaining and best dressed. While we're working on a slight technical issue, again, as Robert introduced me, Travis Barlow, big supporter of B-Sides. I love this event. I'm very partial to this B-Sides over Ottawa. Sorry, the Ottawa guys, but I am from Newfoundland originally. Yeah, sorry, dude. So I love coming home. I haven't been home for this one for quite some time, so happy to be back. 2025, for a lot of us, has been an interesting year. My year got off to a very interesting start, and I'm here to talk to you about that. Now, what I'm going to speak about kind of aligns with some cyber, but it's something that could happen to anybody here. And I want to share the experience in case it ever happens to any of you. So once we get the slide deck up, maybe
Someday.
Maybe an adapter issue?
There we go. No.
You found her?
Mirror.
She's trying. She's struggling. Come on.
Love it.
Still not happening. Could it be the adapter?
It could be the adapter.
Do you have another one by chance? Yeah, let's try another one. Let's rule that out. You know? I'll try anything at this point. Come on. Let's see. What the hell? There we go. Beauty. Change presenter view. Okay, where's the switch? Anybody know where the switch is? Where's my tech guy? Gonna be stuck with that or what?
The swap displays in the top. Top left.
You got it? Oh, there you go. Thanks, man.
Click on that.
Oh, so we had a different adapter.
We just got swap displays, but it's,
Is it that way?
here, I'll let you do this. Just go up top, swap displays. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Nice shirt, by the way. Okay, here we go. So, guys, swatting flies, I know it wasn't very descriptive, and I think the organizers left the actual description out for a reason, to kind of get you wondering what's going on here. So, again, Travis Barlow. I've been at this 25 years. I know I'm starting to gray in the beard and that. To all you newcomers in the industry, welcome. It's a bloody ride, let me tell you, a good ride. It's been wild. I've been around the world a few times. I've been in countries I wouldn't go to again. I probably should have never been to. I've done things that are, well, I batted way above my average for a lot of years, a lot of things I've done. But I've seen a lot of the world. I've had fun doing it. I'm very passionate about continuous learning around cyber, but in the last few years, I've kind of shifted to learning about everything in life. And, I look at experiences, and every experience, there's a lesson to be learned, there's takeaways. And so what I'm going to share with you today is an experience I've had this year, some of the takeaways, some of the things that you could do should have happened to you, some of the how it relates to cyber and other things. And so here we go. So January 3rd of this year, I found myself targeted through a swatting. Everybody know what a swatting is? Yeah? Let me tell you, once you're swatted once, your days just get boring after. I go out and plow the driveway now, and it's just like, no guns pointed at me, no police dogs, no presents, right? So 11 a.m., somebody made a call. For those of you who don't know, I'm currently located in Nova Scotia up on North Mountain. They call it a mountain. It's like a big hill by Newfoundland standards, but they call it a mountain up there, so that's good. And it's really nice, secluded. Neighbors are great. Everybody kind of keeps to themselves. You know, nobody comes on my property pretty well. I got dogs and pigs and stuff. And I'm friendly, but it's just that kind of area. So an anonymous call was made to the Kingston RCMP detachment, front desk, by the way. They don't record these calls, okay? Falsely identifies as me, calls in, says I'm Travis Barlow, male voice, states that I just committed a crime, provides my home address, mentions that I'm heavily armed and ready for company. You know, well, that's nice, right? Now, for those of you that know me, I am a gun guy. Everything's secured properly. If somebody came to break into my property to hurt me, I would literally take 30 minutes to get to a gun and then get to the ammo, because everything's done correctly. That's another conversation about why we have to live like that, but anyway. 12:05, emergency response teams arrive. Now, this is impressive because, again, I live out in the sticks, okay? So emergency response teams arrive. They stage at the bottom of the street. We have one of those community mailboxes, great big wide area, parking spot. Then they have 2 ambulances arrive too, in case we get in a shootout and I shoot them or they shoot me or both, right? You know, got to be honest with you, it was how to say this? When it's all said and done, I was kind of flattered with the response. You know, for little old me. Now, I don't have a criminal record or anything, right? You know, I mean, we all go 5 kilometers over the speed limit from time to time. But, you know, let's just say that I was flattered with the response at the end of it. 3:35 p.m., my first interaction. I'm returning with my dog from the veterinarian clinic. I come up the street, and the whole place is blocked off. Now, logically, I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Because obviously I live there, I'm my neighbor. I know I'm my neighbors, not well, but I know them. I know that I'm the best armed guy there, right? Definitely. I don't think anybody else has guns in that area. Maybe a deer rifle they haven't taken out of the case for years. So I see this 4 or 5 ERT emergency response team SUVs. I see the guys in the SWAT gear, you know what I'm talking about, right? I see all the guns. I see another 12 or 13 police officers, RCMP officers in uniform. And now I'm very pro law enforcement. I have no problem with law enforcement. They do their job, I do my job, we all get along. So I stop and say, guys, what's going on? Like, should I shelter in place? Because the road is blocked off. Can I get to my home? And I said, you know, I got my buddies up there stacking wood. I said to get my dog from the vet. Yes, sir, don't worry, everything is good. Just go around, take the long way, come in from the top. You'll be fine. What's your address, Ken? Provided my address. Yeah, no problem, sir. I said, should we shelter in place? No, we got it under control. I'm like, okay. So I take a left. It's about a 10-minute detour. So meanwhile, I just happen to call my mother. We don't get much excitement up on the mountain, right? She lives down here, so I call her up and I say, Mom, guess what? She said, what's going on? Well, actually, she said, what's wrong? And I said, what do you mean, what's wrong? How do you know there's something wrong? And I said, there's nothing wrong. And she said, oh, okay, phew. She said, what's going on? I said, there's an ERT team with my road blocked off. And she said, Travis, they're there for you. And I'm like, why would they be here for me? I said, I think I know if I commit a crime that would warrant an emergency response team presence. I mean, you'd like to think you would know, right? I mean, this is not a traffic infraction, people. You know what I mean? This is not, oh, I pissed off my neighbor. This is like, what is this, right? So hey, this is fine. And I said, no, don't be so foolish, mother. They're not here for me. I didn't do nothing to deserve this. She said, well, you call me if anything changes. I'm like, well, of course I'll call you. I said, well, it's all good. She said, well, what if there's somebody roaming around with a gun? I said, well, I got more guns. I said, you know, I'm not that worried about somebody with a gun, except, you know, I'm just like to know what's going on. But I asked about the risk level. They said, low risk, don't worry about it. Took the long way home. So I went up and I came in from the top, and sure enough, there was one SUV up there just watching, but drove right in, drove into my driveway. Whoops. Went into the house, as you would. Put on some outdoor clothes. Went out, neighbor across the road was away. His partner, she's in a wheelchair, and we had a bit of snow the night before. It finished around lunchtime, so I went out and took the tractor over. Anybody got a tractor here? Hands up. Tractor, tractor, tractor. Isn't that shit fun? I tell you, it's like, it makes me feel like Superman. I can get 10, 20 times the stuff done as I could if I was doing it by hand. I bought a wheelbarrow 4 years ago when I bought this house. I haven't put it together yet. Who needs a wheelbarrow? I don't even know where the pieces are anyway. So I go out and I scrape off her deck and the ramp we had built for her, and I just happen to look down the road. And I see 4 SUVs coming up the shoulder really slow. and I see an RCMP car out in front with an officer walking in front of that, and a bunch of other officers. And so the guy in front, now we're at about 200 yards. The guy in front waves to me. I waves back. I mean, what would you do? I'm a friendly guy. I'm tractoring. I had just spoken to them an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, right? Obviously, they're not looking for me. No problem. Life is good. So I keep plowing out the snow. I've got the step shoveled off, and this is a good 20, 25 minutes, right? You know, maybe, yeah. And I'm like, okay, this is good. I look up again. Sure enough, they're closer. They've gotten closer, and they're looking right at me. And he waves, I wave back, I keep plowing snow. Now we're at the point, for anybody with a tractor, I got the blade on the back that pulls it away from the houses and steps, and I got the snowblower on the front, say. No more cranking your neck around to, you know, plow out snow. And then you jettison out in the woods. Now, I jettison a lot of rocks, too. Let me tell you, you don't want to be downrange of me when I'm snowblowing. I just don't care. I just let them fly. You know, ask my camper. The whole camper had been peppered. Never getting resale value in that camper, let me tell you. But anyway. So they're slowly approaching. And I don't think nothing of it. I go to snowblower mode. I'm flinging rocks. I turn around. About 4:52, all hell opens up. I just happen to turn around, and he's from me to that young lady by the back wall under the speaker of the camera back there. How you doing over there? You good? You good? Perfect. You can hear me fine? Perfect, thanks. So, lights, camera, action, see? We got sound too, apparently back in the back of the room. So, all of a sudden I look up, and they're getting close. They're that close. And then I noticed these SUVs that were in the ditches. Now, I assumed, and this is where assumptions, and it's like InfoSec, you make an assumption, don't make an assumption, it'll kill you. This could have killed me, actually. But I assumed they were slowly coming up the road earlier because they're searching the ditches for evidence. And I said, let's put two and two together. They're down by the community mailbox. Somebody must have broke into that thing. That's like a federal crime. They're looking for evidence in the ditches, right? Seems logical. Because I had met with them, there were no problems. Well, let me tell you, when I look up at 4:52, I got 4 carbines pointed at me. And I got the guy out front, and I'm like, not pointed directly at me, but in my direction. Any gun guys in the room? Gun gals? Yeah? You know it's like you got a gun pointing in your general direction. You know, you don't point a gun in a general direction unless you're planning to use it, potentially. So I'm like, okay. So I shut the tractor down. And the lead RCMP officer, the guy that I've been waving to for the last half an hour, you know, I'm a friendly character. So I've been waving to this guy. I said, officer, like, should I shelter in my house or something? Like, what's going on? He said, you Travis Barlow? I'm like, yeah. He said, turn the tractor off, hands up, get off the tractor. And I'm like, oh, well, this is fun. So, okay, so hands up. Well, I said, the tractor's off, sir. I said, I can't put my hands up and get off the tractor because I'm going to fall off. And I said, I don't want sun and movement. Because they tell you shouldn't have sun and movement in this situation. Right? It seems logical. Keep in mind, I'm dressed in my winter gear, and it's all camo, right? Because my best warm gear is camo. In retrospect, I should have been in blaze orange, but anyway. You know, a Mustang floater suit maybe or something, right? So anyway, I said, officer, I can't, the tractor's off. I said, I can't get off the tractor with my hands up. I'm going to fall face down. He said, well, slowly get off the tractor, then put your hands up. So I'm like, now guys, have you ever had a surreal experience in your life? Like, listen, if a UFO came down right now and beamed me up, it wouldn't have been more surreal than that, okay? And I'm just like, yeah, okay, yeah, no problem. So I get off, slowly, very slowly, get my hands up, and they're like, now this time all the guns are on me. All right, okay, walk towards us, and we'll walk out towards about 20 feet, get out to the asphalt road, and they're like, now I live on a hill. The road is wet because it snowed that morning, remember? That's why I'm clearing snow. So like face up the hill, down hands and knees, down stomach, and they cuffed me, which is no easy feat. They had to use 2 sets of cuffs because I had all this winter gear on, right? Not because I'm buff or anything, but you know, I mean, a lot of winter gear there. So this is fine. So they get me cuffed. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, we're gonna roll you over. Okay, roll me over. You ever watch those cop shows on YouTube? Just like that. Really cool, right? So they rolls me over and they said, okay, we're gonna get you up to search you. And I'm like, they said, anything we need to know? And I said, well, I got a bad knee. And I said, it was pretty good until I had to get down on the asphalt a minute ago. And they said, well, which one's bad? I said, my right one. They said, well, we'll kick you up for each shoulder. You come up on your left. Is that okay, sir? And I'm like, well, that's okay. And I'm like thinking, you know, they're being awful kind and respectful, right? Like, I mean, they didn't have to be this nice to me, even though I was just face down on the ground cuffed. Nobody put a knee in my back or anything. And I said, okay. So yeah, so we got me up. They said, we're gonna search you. Here's where things get a bit fun. I said, okay, go ahead, search me. And they said, do you have any weapons on you? And I said, well, I don't know what constitutes a weapon in your mind. I've been out here working for the last couple hours. I'm wearing my outside clothing. So let's see, pocket knife, keys, wood screws, cell phone. So they're like, okay, so they search me. Of course, there's no weapons on me, right? I mean, I don't walk around carrying a handgun or nothing. That's illegal. So that's all fine. And like, meanwhile, I'm surrounded by cops at this point, right? And they're doing a great job. They're friendly-ish, considering what I'm about to tell you, the reason they're there. So then they're like, okay, we're going to get you back in the SUV. We're going to search your house. Now, meanwhile, I got 4 dogs at this point, and they're going crazy. So they're like, are the dogs going to attack us? I said, not if you don't attack the dogs. The dogs are just running around. They're excited. You got me on the ground. I mean, that's fine. So I asked the dogs to stand down. Apparently, that's not something you say when you have a lot of people with guns around you. You don't yell out, stand down. First lesson learned, okay? Right, don't do that. That got a response. But anyway, not a bad one. Just got everybody's attention. The dogs did calm down. So my buddy was down. He's 75. And they said, who's in the house? And I said, well, my buddy's 75. I said, he's between the garage and the house. We're bringing in firewood. And he said, is he armed? I said, with a piece of firewood. I said, he's 75. He can carry 1 to 2 pieces at a time. He's a great guy, right? But he's always helped me. Like, he can try to carry more than that. But I mean, he's 75. He's a great guy, good friend of mine. Helped me fill the wood boxes while I was clearing off the snow next door. So they're like, okay, we're going to get you sitting back at the SUV and we're going to read you your rights. I'm like, all right. Meanwhile, they go to search the premises. Now I got videos, cameras all over my house. So I got videos of all this. I got one video where we use wood totes, big water totes with the bladder removed, put wood in, I moved with my tractor. And one of the dogs came running by and 2 of the cops jumped right in the tote. Right? Now this is the friendliest of all the dogs. He just looks scary. He's a pit bull, right? Masked guy. Anyway. But they searched my 4 sheds, my pool house, my garage, my camper, and my house top and bottom. While they're doing that, they try to sit me in back of the SUV. Now guys, again, I'm not big and buff like Robert Piercy here, right? You know what I mean? I don't work out like this cat. But I had all this winter gear on. Let me tell you, the back of the police SUV, a cruiser, is not meant for somebody in my dimensions, especially with rubber boots on. So they go to fit me in, and I'm like, I'm looking at the situation. I'm like, I don't know how to tell you this, but unless you put that window down, I lie down and scooch you over on me back here and put my feet out the window, there's no way you're getting this door shut. And they're like, you're right. And I'm like, yeah. So the one guy is a really big officer, real nice guy, Constable Murphy. I should have asked him if he was from back here, Constable Murphy and all right, but no. Anyway, he said, okay, I'm going to stand here in case you try to run. And I look at him. Do I look like a runner to you? Right? So I'm trying to keep it light because I still don't know what's going on. Right? And I have no idea what's going on at this point. So it's still kind of surreal. Then the other guy says, I'm going to go around and read you your rights. So he goes around the other side, opens the door. Now, meanwhile, there's this nice little lady, Lorraine, that lives 2 houses up from me. She's like 88. She comes down the road in her SUV, and she shoots down the window, like, no, ma'am, everything's good. She looks over, she said, what are you doing with him? And she threatened him. That's why she didn't get charged. She said, you better take care of him. You plows my driveway for me. And I said, okay, that's good. I said, you've been warned. So, buddy comes around, and he pulls out the card. Anybody ever have your rights read to you? Anybody want to admit to that? It was a first for me. All right? So he pulls out the card because he didn't want to get it right. I appreciate that, because I'd have to read it by a card too. I'd never remember that thing. I'd mess it up, and then, of course, everything's on body cam, which I confirmed with them earlier, by the way, after they caught me. I said, this is all being recorded, right? And they're like, yes. I do have a request in for the video cam footage from the body cams. If I ever get it, I'll share it with you all online. For some reason, nobody wants to give it to me, but time will tell. Hey, Glenn, how you doing? Glenn Stacy. How you doing? Didn't notice you there. Nice to see you. So, buddy starts reading, he pulls out the card to read me my rights. He said, now, Mr. Barlow, have you had your rights read to you before? And I said, no, I can't say I have. This is a first. He's like, okay. Well, and he starts. And I said, well, hang on, though. And he said, what's that? I said, my first right, why am I being detained? And he looks, he stops, and he pauses. And he looks at the other guy. He said, pardon me? I said, why am I being detained? I said, that's the first right. I know that. All of you should know that. If you're ever detained, and you don't know why, I'm sure if you get detained, you get drunk, you get in a racket, you know why you're being detained. In this case, I had no idea. And he looks at the Constable Murphy that's guarding me, the big guy that thinks I'm going to run up the mountain or something with this winter clothes on, right, the boots. And you see the look of, there's a moment of confusion or something going on there. And he's like, well, you're being detained on suspicion of murder of your ex-wife, Tanya Barlow. Now, boys and girls, let me tell you, I look at him, I look at the other guy, I look at him, I look at the other guy, and I'm like, now, fear, at this point, you get a rip roll fear, okay? I'm no murderer, number one. I'm a peaceful guy. But me and my ex-wife were best friends. Furthermore, the day before, I'd been with her and my son for a doctor's appointment. So my son's with her too. So this is hitting close to home. Saying you murdered somebody, saying you murdered somebody that you loved, and knowing that your son is with that person, that's a bit under the belt, a bit personal for me, all right? So that's fine. So I look at him, I look at the other cop, and I say, with my chin, because I'm still cuffed and jammed in this bloody SUV, I couldn't fit in sideways. I had one cheek on the seat, boys. It was a one-cheek seat. And I'm jammed in there, and I go pointing with my cheek. I wish I had more like a Brian Maroney chin. Maybe they would have got the point quicker because I don't have a pointy chin. I'm like, my phone's right here in my pocket. Take it out, use my face to unlock this damn thing, and call my ex-wife right now. Make sure her and my son are okay. And you can see the confusion because obviously they think I'm a murderer. I know I'm not a murderer. And I'm trying to get this clarified because I want to make sure my family's okay. You know what they say when you get divorced, the family still, you're always family, right? You want to make sure everybody's okay. So finally, they agree to this. I kept saying, take the phone, get the phone out. Finally, like, officers, I need you to do this for me now. And they did. They're really great. But I think I confused them a bit because the whole time they're thinking I'm a murderer. Okay, fair enough. I get it. So they take the phone, they unlock it, I show them the number with my chin or my nose, whichever way you want to look at it. Got to get a bigger chin. Anyway, they get her number, they go up front and they call her. Now she's on the phone. Here's the other side of this story. I live an hour and a half outside of Halifax. Halifax is here, I live here. She lives there. They had deployed a full ERT team to her house. So my son is home gaming. He's a 15-year-old, typical 15-year-old. I mean, get him off a computer, good luck. He's hardcore gaming. He's into that military strategy stuff now. If you want to know anything about the Roman history and warfare, he's your kid. Let me tell you, math is another issue, but anyway. Which I don't get because he deals with thousands and thousands of fighting units and he puts them together and everything else, but math is not a strong point. It might be down the road. Anyhow, so they had surrounded her house. Her neighbor calls her. She's at work in Dartmouth. Her neighbor calls her and said, Tanya, your house is surrounded by ERT and they're staging with an ambulance in my driveway. And Tanya's like, what the hell? And she can't get hold of our son because he's gaming. Okay, he's got the headset on. He's deep into this. He's immersed. All right? Good thing it wasn't VR. Who knows what would have happened. So anyway, the neighbor goes out to talk to the police. Meanwhile, Tanya's on her way home from work. It's about a 20-minute drive. They call Tanya on the phone. So I said, get them call. So they call her, and they're like, are you Tanya Barlow? And she's like, yes, I am. Your ex-husband's Travis Barlow. Yes. Where are you? I'm on my way home. Just as she's pulling into the driveway, or into the road, because they had the whole neighborhood locked down. It was amazing. They locked down her neighborhood, didn't lock down my neighborhood. And I'm like, well, I didn't get the math on that one, but okay. Longer drive to get to me, see? Anyhow, so this is fine. So as he's talking to her, I can hear her yelling, tell me if he's okay. And all the officer was saying, and he did it right. He did it right because he couldn't validate it was actually her, okay? So he did the right thing. He said, she was yelling, is he okay? Just tell me if he's okay. And the response was, there's been a firearm incident. And she's like, she had some choice words. Okay, and she's not one to use choice words, but she said, did he shoot himself? Did somebody shoot him? Or was there is it a suicide? Like, what is going on here? Just as she's going through this conversation, she pulls in the road, meets the RCMP there, and they validate who she is. And then he's like, they take the phone from her and say, okay, it's Constable so-and-so. They all know each other, obviously. And yeah, this is her. Okay, she's alive. At that moment, they just finished clearing the house, and the guy standing there to prevent me from running, Constable Murphy, the big guy, on his radio comes across, get him out, get the cuffs off him. So they popped me out. I tell you, boys, I don't know if you ever had cuffs on you. That's not a comfortable feeling. It's not terrible, but they're not meant to be comfortable. So I don't recommend that. So at this point, this is a pretty quick timeline. This happened pretty quick when it started happening. They were dead on, I must say, really good. So then okay, you're a victim. And they all gathered around. They're very nice, apologetic, kind, respectful. Like for being swatting, it was probably one of the nicest experiences I've had in a lot of years, okay? I mean, I was waiting for somebody to hand me a cup of coffee at this point, but so they all surround me and we're talking, as you would. And so I'm like, guys, I gotta ask. I said, I have no criminal record. And they're like, no, we ran you have no criminal record. And I said, I got guns, yeah, cuz legal gun owner, everything's registered, they know. They know, which is fine. And I said, so what warranted this response? And the first thing one of them said, well, man, they wanted us to wait another hour until the armored truck got here so we could smash down in front of your house. And I said, boys, it's a log home. You smash down in front of that, it's game over. I said, I wouldn't be happy at all. Anyway, so here's what they said. Somebody called in, like I said earlier on the slide deck, gave my name, gave my address, said I just killed my ex-wife, and I'm armed. They ran my name. They saw that I had 54 firearms registered to me and no criminal record, but they had there's been unfortunately a lot of intimate partner violence in Nova Scotia, so they respond very quickly. So they tied up, to put this in perspective, 28 officers and 6 medics for this for an afternoon, okay? Now, where it gets really fun, site is cleared by 6 p.m., all right? They say, sorry, you're good, we're good. I'm like, yep, we're good. Can you come in Monday and meet with us? This was on like a Friday. I'm like, yeah, I'll come in Monday and meet with you. Sure, I'd love to meet with you on Monday. I'll bring donuts, coffee, whatever you guys want. Let's meet and talk this out. Site is cleared. I went in Monday to talk with these guys, and they were very pleasant. They brought in one of the higher ups to meet with me, and they take this very seriously, obviously. Their take on this, it was an attempt to actually have me shot. This wasn't my son gaming and so forth. This was an attempt to have me shot. And I was like, okay, fair enough, And they kept thanking me for being so compliant. And I'm like, guys, you had more guns than I had. I had no guns on me. What am I going to do? Even if I was a criminal, that's a bad move to make, right? So, obviously somebody wanted to kill me. That was their take on it. They're dead serious. They couldn't tell me what my threat level was to me, what's going to happen next, which I found, that was the alarming part for me. They had no idea what the risk was to my family, my ex-wife, my son, me and my friends. So we kind of said, okay, whatever. They started their investigation. They take this very seriously. Then it gets really fun for me. So that was a Monday. Monday night, the anonymous death threats begin. So AI-generated death threats. There's text to me. My phone is flooded. Emails, all my inboxes are flooded. LinkedIn messages, you name it. All right? So the idea is to kind of unhinge you. So what you do in this case, what I did, I just keep going tickety-boo. I'm not going to lie, there might have been a 12 gauge behind my couch, might have been a couple shells in my pocket for a while there, right? The problem with this is people that do stuff like this never show up in person. But you don't know if they can't convince somebody else to show up. And that's the risk, right? After that happened, parents out here in Clarenville, you guys all know Clarenville? That's where I'm from. Shore Harbor, actually. They want to say, they don't like the whole amalgamation thing. That was a debate this week, let me tell you. They were targeted with weaponized emails. So my mom called me, she said, I just got this email about your ex-wife, Tanya. And they're good friends. I'm like, okay. And I said, about her? And she said, yeah. I said, screenshot it and send it to me. So she sent it to me, and there's friggin', sorry news about Tan Barlow. Here's the album. I know you'll recognize the third picture. We really miss her. Of course, my mom. How old's my mom, Steve? 65, 66? Clicked on the link. All right, so we had to clean all that up. Then they targeted my stepfather, who clicks on everything. Before the email lands, he's trying to click on stuff. So we got that dealt with, taken care of. Both attacks failed because they weren't set up for Mac OS. They're set up for Windows. I actually put a team on that, some of my old team that have moved on from one of our last employers. I called everybody up. We put a team on that. They made a mistake in the last weaponized email to my mother. We're able to identify with high certainty where it came from, okay? What that led to was, now you want to talk about chance encounters, okay? 3 days later, I'm flying to Montreal, and I get off a plane. And I'm going to get on a flight. I'm already in Montreal. And who do I see getting off a plane? But one of my primary suspects, because the RCMP said, give us a list of who you think might do this to you. And I said, I know some people don't like me, But I said, that's a pretty big step. And he said, well, this is personal. I said, well, here's a list of 5, my top 5. And even, it should have been top 3, because 2 of them were a stretch, guys. And so I gave that to him, and sure enough, this person, and we had just identified with high certainty where this email had come from, what country, which you can't really do if anybody's any good at knowing what they're doing, but we tracked it down. And sure enough, this person was getting off a flight from said country. I just happened to cross them at the airport. Now, what are the chances of that? Karma is an interesting thing, eh? So, that's where we are. Long term, for those of you that know me well, changed a lot in the last 4 years when I stopped drinking. I've softened in my old age. I would have been out for blood 4 or 5 years ago. Like, I would have been out for blood over this. But the older I get, I've softened a bit, like I said. I find strength and restraint. There's a 5-year sentence minimum for this person, okay? I think with high confidence, we can identify, I've provided the data to law enforcement. They're working through it right now still. But I think with high we're pretty certain that we can have a conviction. Problem is that person goes away for 5 years, that person has a family. So what do you do? What's the punishment for this person? What should it be? I'll open that to you guys, like what should it be? Because I'm really torn about this. Person has children. You know, do I send them away for 5 years? Do I, if this goes to court, do I put in a good word with the judge saying, listen, you know, they made an honest mistake? You know, it's you get to a point in your life where you forgive more. I'm at a point where I'm open to forgiving. I didn't get shot. Now, if I had a bullet hole through my arm or heaven forbid somewhere else, maybe I'd take it a bit differently. But in talks with the RCMP since this, one of the questions that keeps coming up is, you're ex-law enforcement, right? No. Ex-military, no. And this is the ERT guy keeps asking this. And he said, well, what are you? I said, I'm nothing. I work in cybersecurity. And I said, why? And he said, why were you so calm with all those guns pointed at you? And I said, when I was in Bosnia, I had guns pointed at me when I was going across the border into Hungary. Let me tell you, you shouldn't have bleached blonde hair and a beard going into Hungary, okay? And you need to speak. You should speak the language, because that was a risky move. And then I've been to a few other places in the world where I have guns pointed at me. And I said, you know, when I look at what you guys do, I said, you guys point in my direction, not right at me. Fingers near the trigger, not on the trigger. She said, you noticed that? I'm like, of course I noticed that. And I said, here's my thought. If you pulled the trigger, the sheer amount of paperwork you'd have to do to get out of this mess, me knowing that I'm innocent, I said, that was really why I acted so calmly. 5 minutes? You're supposed, my God, I'm going to have to speed up here. I apologize. So, I'm just having so much fun talking to you all. You know what, you get into this, I was sick in the stomach having talked to you all this morning, not because I don't like you, but I haven't been up talking to anybody for a long time, so thank you all for entertaining me. What I will tell you, if this happens to you, stay calm and comply, okay? Communication is key. I'll say that, that's in life, that's in relationships, that's in swatting. Communication is key. Clearly identify yourself. They weren't even sure it was me when they had all the guns on me until I said, yes, it's me. Avoid sudden movements, of course. If there's other threats, if you have a weapon, tell them for the love of Pete, even if it's a pocket knife. As soon as this is done, this is something I really got into hardcore, was record the event details to support law enforcement and legal actions. And like I said, this went on for 30 plus days after it continued, the threats and everything else. So I was boom, 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 recording everything for them. That was the most tiring part of all of it, recording everything. Some people need medical and mental aid. I didn't get any. I'm a bit special anyway, my mom says, so, you know, I'm touched. My friends here will agree with that. The thing about swatting, it can cause fatal physical harm. I'm lucky, obviously. You hear in the U.S. the horror stories about people being swatted and being murdered. U.S. is a bit different because they tend to have more loose guns. In Canada, not so much. There is a potential for emotional trauma. My mom is still traumatized about this. She tells everybody, but you know, it's a good story. Perpetrators face severe legal penalties. That's true. Look at this. They had 30 plus officers deployed for me for the best part of the day. They had 4 ambulances deployed. They were getting ready to flatbed that SWAT truck down to smash it in front of my house in case I barricaded myself. I told them, like I said, you don't knock out the bottom of a log house, because then you got to take it right apart and put it back together. It's like Lego. All right? Same situation. Swatting disrupts communities and resources. Let me tell you, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, there was a short period after that swatting where half that mountain was scared to death of me, and the other half knew I was a legend. All right? They're like, who is this man of mystery? What's happening there? Like, he must be something to demand this police presence, right? So I got a lot of invitations for supper once they realized I wasn't a threat. Again, how do you recognize this? When I talk to them, am I okay for a couple more minutes, 2 or 3? Really? Oh, man. Okay, thank you. You all want me to keep going, or want me to shut up and sit down? We're okay? Keep going a bit longer? So again, they called in an anonymous, non-traceable number. It was a VoIP gateway they used, okay? I found out after because I got involved with trying to track this down. A voice, I went and talked to the lady that took the call. Again, they don't record the calls when you call the front reception at an RCMP detachment. Okay, there's a cost to that, I get it. Like everything in security, there's a cost to it, right? So, no problem. But when I talked to her, she said, this doesn't sound like you at all. The call that we got. Is that my water right there? Yeah, I think it is, thanks. If not, I'm drinking it. Don't kill me. So it didn't sound like me at all, but they had no reference. Where it gets interesting is they had no body. So you deploy 30 plus people to a response. How you doing over there? I thought I saw you earlier. Yeah, hey, both of you. Yeah. We'll catch up after. They deployed 30 plus resources. They had no body. And this is something I brought up with them. I say, had no body, but you deployed. And they're like, well, intimate partner violence is rampant. Okay, so we need to act like this. I'm like, okay, I get that. I'm fine with that. I like that, actually. I said, but did you try to reach my ex-wife? And they, yes, we called this phone number. And I said, that was a home phone number that's been inactive for 13 years. I said, what else did you try? And they're like, well, what do you mean? I said, did you Google her? No. Well, I said, if you Googled her, you would have seen her on LinkedIn where she worked, and you could have called her office. Oh. I'm not, like, they need to respond. I'm not, that's not on them, but I think they changed the process going forward a bit, right? Because I said, you could have got her at her office. I said, so that's fine. So this is, in my mind, one of the worst things somebody can do to our communities, because it takes all those resources, ties them up. Emotional trauma victims face. I'm sure a lot of people develop trauma when every time they see a police car or an officer after this. I know 2 days later I hauled on the road. And of course there's an RCMP cruiser hauls right behind me coming down the ramp, and I'm like, I wonder if they're wanting to stop me. So I just pull over, and of course they go on by. But I'm thinking they wanted to stop me because obviously I just had this whole swatting experience. Again, stay calm, cooperative. They've thanked me multiple times for being so calm and cooperative with them. Again, what choice did I have? The alternative didn't look that great, guys. Protect personal information online to reduce risk. So it's not hard to find out where I live. I don't hide that. That's easy to get. Not hard to drive by, know I'm home. I don't post a lot on social media. I don't tell you, here's what I'm having for lunch, here's what I'm having for dinner. Look at the firewood I just stacked up. I'm not that guy. I'm busy. Kudos to anybody who wants to do that, though, but that's not me. Unfortunately, my mother is a Facebook-aholic, and she posts everything. So I asked her not to post about my birthday. I asked her not to post stuff. She posts everything, not thinking there's a risk. Now, that was pre-swatting. Post-swatting, she got really good and stopped posting for about a month. All right? Yeah, and then so whoever did this tied all that together, probably connected with her still, tied it all together, because she'll accept any invite that's sent. I'm not, it's just the way she is, and it's fine, right? Now, how's this connected to information security? Well, the more data you have online, the easier it is to get you, all right? So I have an event yearly, and it's very easy to find out where I live. Pretty easy. If you, like I said, did a drive-by, I don't leave home. I work from home. I don't leave home much. This is a stretch coming down here, believe it or not, for this long. The older you get, the more of a homebody you get sometimes. So again, data privacy is very key to make it more difficult. Would it have helped in this case? No, I don't think so. But for many, it would. Everybody know Brian Krebs? KrebsOnSecurity.com. If you don't know him, check him out. Old friend of mine. You know, I messaged Brian after. I said, I want to get the badge now. He's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I'm in the club now. You must have got swatted 100 times. I got one. So sensitive data collection. Again, watch what you have online. IP address exposure. That didn't really play here. Weak privacy controls are a big thing. Public schedules and routines. I have a lot of friends that post online, oh, I'm going here, I'm going on vacation. It used to be, don't post you're going on vacation because your house it's a target to be broken into. Well, in this case, they can track wherever you are, right? So if you're going down to the US, they respond differently in the US to a swatting call than they do in Canada, thankfully. There's a reference to a case study I'm not going to do. So you can harden your online, you guys know all this, how to harden this stuff, use VPNs, encrypted communication, limit personal data exposure on platforms. Anybody here not have multi-factor? Yeah, please have multi-factor for the love of Pete. Regularly audit privacy settings and remove outdated info. I'm actually going through cleanse, taking everything off right now. Whoever was behind this created a bunch of accounts online on my behalf for me, and I've slowly been cleaning all those up. Legal jargon, legal threats. ChatGPT, thanks to Daryl, he's taught me that ChatGPT is great for writing legalese letters to providers, and use trusted contacts. So I watch what other friends do, and hopefully they watch for me. Verification. They didn't verify it was me in this case that called. They didn't verify they had a body. Didn't really verify much. They deployed because, again, the timing. Social engineering, they impersonated me. How do you defend against this? Cyber experts and responders develop protocols to reduce swatting risks. That's a tough one because it's a resource pool, right? It's money. Vulnerabilities, they phish my mom and my stepdad. Of all people to target, that's really personal. I kind of feel like I take the mafia used to say, you never go to a man's home or attack his family. That got really personal for me. And because there's a cyber aspect to this, digital threats can create real world harm, right? But we're just not seeing that integration that I'd like to see, and I don't know if we ever will. So what I'll leave you with is, if you ever SWAT it, be calm. Stay safe out there and be kind to everybody that you can be kind to. I like to think that I do more positive in the world now than negative. A lot of years I was a drinker and I was a bit harsh with people. I try not to be anymore. But the world is changing very quickly. It's evolving. I think we're going to see a lot more of this type of activity, unfortunately. I hope it doesn't happen to anybody in this room, but if it does, I hope you learned a slight bit here that might increase your chance of survival. But yeah, that's my talk. Thank you all for having me. I hope I made it somewhat entertaining for you. Woke you up this morning. Now you're going to get into the great stuff, the technical stuff. So thank you again. Is that okay? What's that? Oh, I still got this mic on. Yeah. What's that? There you go. Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah. You want this mic?
Borrow this for some time. Okay, thank you, Travis. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back at 10:30, and we're going to draw for a prize. So be sure you're in the room.
I did not think to bring anything other than my laptop. I'm like, oh man.
All good.
No.
You don't have HDMI? Okay.
Oh, yes, I do. Never mind. My bad.
We have converters.
New laptop won't work.
We have a converter. That'll be good to know for later. Yeah. Okay. Do you want the lapel mic or do you want to use this one? Either one works. It's up to you.
Probably this one.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, if you're not moving away from the podium, then
That one's okay. Okay. And so if I do presenter view, that's not great.
so you're in presenter view.
Yeah. Do I need to like share the screen or?
Are you using Google Slides?
I can use PowerPoint.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It just with Google Slides, it makes two windows, and you've got to just shuffle one over.
Okay, I've got it. No, it's fine.
Yeah,
I did both because.
Yeah, it's up to you. That's what happens with Google Slides. Yeah. Or you just sit there
Thank
with
you,
the little
that's what I was
presenter thing down at the bottom.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, fantastic.
So
Yep.
yeah, so If you want to, you can just talk into that. And
Okay.
We're good. And you can just leave the lab there.
Okay, yeah.
That's all fine. And we'll, if
Okay.
people want to use it, then we can use it. If they don't,
Okay.
whatever.
Okay, so I can just leave that
Yeah.
there. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we still got a bit of time. But
Yeah, there's a
in
break.
20
yeah.
minutes.
Yeah. I'll
I'm
just
in-
leave my laptop here.
Yeah.
No, sounds
Okay.
good.
All right.
So when we come back,
If you are going to wander at all, I would suggest the lab, though.
I don't know, honestly.
well, then you might, you might want to use
If
it.
Yeah.
you do decide and you just pick it up and put it on,
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
just keep my eyes on you and
Okay. Okay.
I'll turn it on.
All right, sounds
okay?
good.
Yeah. So,
I never know. I just kind of play it by
yeah,
ear.
exactly.
So.
You be as free as
I mean,
you
I
want
have
to
to
be.
follow Travis. Like, come on, guys. Like, maybe ease in a
Right?
little
Yeah,
bit,
exactly.
right?
Ramp up to this. Come on.
Yeah, like I can't follow that with frameworks. Come on.
Well,
At 10:30, I'm going to give something away.
Okay,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
I'll introduce
I'm just
you.
gonna. I'll sit at the table. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool.
Okay. You want to make sure. Enjoy that story. Except for the fact like a great spot on the news or something, or a segment on a segment on 60 Minutes or something. That was my first thought, like a bad date or something.
Alberta's changed their constitution.
That pisses them off.
If it's who I think it is. I have a good idea you're talking about. But I'm like, yeah. Yeah. That's because he's not here. Well, no, if he was here, I'd say it's fake. He's definitely your father. Security related, but it's not offset stuff. I went long on the story, not enough on the offset. The story's interesting. The offset is what you say after the story. Things are heavy. First time I've spoken in a long time. Trying to make my comeback. If this continues on to like trials, I'll have an update next year if you want it. It'll be a lightning talk, part 2. Yeah. Mom got her tag next year. Oh, yeah? I'll be back. I got a gap set up over the Starlight. Well, geez, 2021 I had the last time. I was here, but it's good enough. Yeah, no, I think we're all that was the day you guys had me bottle scotch. I'm up there on the podium, Robert Board drinking. Like 30 minutes in, I don't know where I am. That was a mistake. Never again. I think I should feel the George Street days. People ask me why I stopped drinking. I said, I went well retired. Those were terrible. Just so you know, if you see me and I don't acknowledge, just say, hey, these are. I'm the same way. Yeah, exactly. That's the last time I spoke. Gotta get me off that screen. I'm no skier either. That's the worst. That's the first to put it there. Anyway, nice chatting with you, man. Lunch good? Nice to see you. Hello? No bullet holes? What got me great on this car? That one I could take the shirt outside. Yeah. Let it wait, shot it. Shot it before I get the man on the shot. I hadn't even started. First year I was at London, wow, everywhere. Like you couldn't even go from building to building. And sometimes I just stand still. For like 5 minutes. Look how far that goes. I gotta walk.
So the slides have been updated.
Oh, sweet. Okay, I was just gonna ask.
Yeah, so that's all done. I just did it there.
Came in at the last minute.
Listen, that's fine. I mean, that stuff happens, and sponsors are very important.
Oh, yeah. They definitely are. Got a note this morning. It was like, can you update the website and the slides?
Maybe? Right? Oh, if you're looking for anything, just ask. I'll get you if you need a room or whatever. Yeah, I know.
I could have done that, but I wanted to do it while I was listening to Tom.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, just let us know because we'll make that happen.
I'm usually driving. I forced my wife to drop me down here this morning in instructions in rush hour. It's like, Gwen's picking up the tab tonight, I'm putting it in. Fire sensors. can go wrong. Or like living with a friend. I know.
Okay, everybody want to get back? We're going to draw for this fancy Apple Watch. And you have to be here to win. 625496. And your ticket does go back in, so you still can win the grand prize. Awesome. Good to go.
That's a good prize, man.
Yeah. Okay.
This
I think he just needs to
switch it. Okay. I saw it pop up a couple of
Yeah.
times, but
Yeah, I think we're...
there you go.
Okay, and yeah, we would like to welcome Kimberly Osmond.
That was quick. Hi, everybody. First of all, having to follow Travis, if he's still here, holy crap. Like, come on, man. He just left. Okay, bye. Amazing story. I loved it. It was very cool, but a little intimidating following Travis. And I'm here going to talk about frameworks. But anyway, I'll try to make it entertaining. So a little bit about me. I do work for Cisco/Splunk. I'm their security advisor for Canada. I just was joking with someone, I don't do sales. I don't sell anything. I just talk about cybersecurity, security programs, frameworks, you name it. And this is my hometown, so I got to come home for a couple of days. I grew up here. I grew up actually in Kitty Vitty. So where the brewery is now, that was my playground when I was a kid. I'm dating myself, I know that. But I'm staying with my mom and dad, so God love them. My mom likes to deliver tea at all hours of the day when I'm in calls, which is always entertaining and fun when I explain, that's my mom. She's hanging out. So I'm going to talk about control creep and frameworks and all that fun stuff. I think as a security community, everybody's dealt with. Prior to joining Cisco, Splunk, which is now Cisco, I worked for the communication security establishment in Ottawa. Anybody know what it is? I know Tyler does. Some people are waving their hands. So I worked there for 22 years. I like to say I started when I was 5. Not going to say how old I am. But I worked in foreign intelligence where I got to do a bunch of spooky stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about. But think along the lines of pen testing, intelligence analyst, network analyst, things like that. And then I did cyber defense for 5 years. The last 5 years I was there. So I worked at the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, which is part of CSE, where I was an analyst, industry engagement analyst, security solutions, architect, all kinds of fun stuff. So they've given me 40 minutes. I'm going to try and fill it. If not, everybody gets coffee break early. So how about that? Is that okay? Okay, good. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to jump in. It's a pretty laid back venue. So I'm just going to get into it. So I will ask, has anybody ever implemented a control you knew was useless because you were told to do it? I've done it. I've been there. I've done it many times, and I know this community, and probably everybody has done it as well, and you question, why are we doing this? And a lot of times the answer is because we've always done it, or because it's a checkbox solution. So we need to get away from that a little bit. Hopefully, do it this way. There we go. So we are all familiar with the various frameworks, right? NIST, CIS, vendor frameworks that are implemented. Sometimes customers demand them as well if they're going to interact with your systems and things like that. And I'm not going to say frameworks are bad. They have their place and they have their purpose, absolutely. But they were meant to guide us, right? They weren't meant to be the be-all, end-all solution that they've turned into be. And what's happening is they're starting to smother us. So the longer organizations are around and security is around, we tend to pile on all of these controls from these different frameworks without really going through and justifying why we're implementing the controls. I've seen it many, many times. I saw it in government. If you work in government, you know what it's like. It's a bit of a gong show when it comes to controls and policies. But organizations are going the same route where it's, you know, the framework is set up, here's all the controls, they're put in place. Another framework is set up with their controls, they're put in place. And like I said, nobody really questions them. So we end up with this kind of giant spider web of controls that we're trying to navigate. And when you're doing that and trying to respond to an incident or what could potentially be an incident, and you've got to go through all these controls, it's not good, right? It does impact our response. So things like we're ending the controls they're redundant. Oftentimes, many frameworks will have the same controls in a different language or a different format. They become outdated and they become irrelevant. They're really not serving the purpose that they're intended to serve, which is to reduce the risk, right? That's why we put those controls in place, is to control the risk that's posed to the organizations. So we need to think about, are the frameworks truly enabling security with the way that they were supposed to enable security, or is it a checkbox? Like I said, I've seen it many times where it's a checkbox. And I've challenged a few CISOs and a few board members with the question of, so what? So you put this control in place, why? Why does it matter? How are you using it? Does it reduce your risk? And most times they can't answer that question. And it goes back to, well, we've had it for so long, we're just going to keep it there. We're always going to keep using it. Or it's, you know, our cyber insurance company is telling us that we need this framework with all these controls and it's a checkbox. And I don't think anybody in a SOC or who's running a security program wants to do checkbox compliance all the time. I didn't. I wanted to do the cool stuff. I wanted to respond to incidents. I wanted to find the threat actors. I wanted to find the cool stuff. But when it turns into that checkbox compliance, that's where we're losing the plot there a little bit. So hopefully, there we go. So think about it in terms, you know, where I think everybody's familiar with scope creep, project creep, where things just kind of keep getting out of the lane of what they were meant to be. We've all been there, we've all done it. And we look at how do we contain that? How do we kind of get that back into a space where it makes sense to have those controls in place? We all know where they come from. I mentioned a few, NIST, ISO, CIS. There's vendor requirements, there's customer demands. And when you contain all those, you get all of them in place because, you know, your organization's telling you to. At least that's a spider web, right? How do you manage hundreds of controls when you have a security team of 2 or 3 people, maybe 4 people? I've seen a security team of 1 person. It's impossible. You can't manage that. And it does impact the team's ability to respond, right? They're losing the clarity. If you work in a SOC or you investigate incidents, oftentimes you're looking for a needle in a haystack of needles. And the controls just complicate that, right? We don't have time to go through the control checklist when we're trying to solve an incident or respond to an incident. And it makes you slower, right? You're not responding as quickly as you need to respond. I think dwell time now can be pretty long, and we want to get that down. We need to be able to be agile, and we need to be able to move much more quickly than we already are. And it also impacts trust. So the business lines no longer trust the security teams to be able to do what they're empowered to do because they see security as this black box of no, right? Like, I don't know how many times it's happened to anybody here, but I've been asked before in previous roles, well, why can't I do this? Well, we have a control and you're not allowed to do it. That's not a great answer, right? You need to explain why and why the control is there, and if it's not serving a purpose or if it's redundant, we need to get rid of them. And it's not about necessarily fewer controls, even though I think we should have a lot fewer controls. It's really about the right ones, right? You need to be able to get to the right controls. And just one example of a company that I worked with, it was a financial organization in Canada, and they were rolling out a new product, a new solution that was going to make their lives easier at the end of the day, and it was taking months and months and months and months. And we went in and asked the question, because they asked for our assistance, and they were like, can you help us validate all these controls? And like pages and pages and pages and pages of controls. And the reason it was taking them so long to roll out a solution that technically they could do in probably 3 days, like it's not rocket science to do this, they had 47 controls that needed manual documentation required by their board for no other reason that it was a checkbox item. That delayed their rollout of this solution for 3 months. They could have done it in 3 days. And when we go in and ask the question, that's when I go like, so what? Okay, so you've documented all of this. Is it actually reducing your risk? Is it actually improving your security out front? And they couldn't answer me. So it's things like that where you kind of take a step back and like, are we really going in the right direction by just adding control upon control upon control? And there's a few real world examples. That was one that I just talked about. There's many, many others, I'm sure, and everybody in this room probably has many of them as well. But there's, case study one, I just have to say org, because they're bound by NDA. They cut about 40% of their controls simply because they were redundant. So they had the same control with a different wording, but it all said the same thing. And it actually improved their audit outcomes because they were able to answer the questions much more quickly and efficiently and respond much more quickly when an incident happened because they weren't just checkboxing. The other one, this was an organization that came up with this idea, and maybe some of you do it as well, where they do a control health check. So twice a year, they sit down with all the parties that are involved, all the stakeholders, and they literally go through every control and ask the question, why do we have this control? Is it in place for a reason? Is it reducing our risk? Is it enabling security? If it's not, it's gone. And they're now in a much better position to be able to respond to incidents and dig through all those needles in a haystack of needles, like I said. And their board's happier because now they know why they have that security team and why they have those controls in place. And the board was much happier to give the security team money because they could demonstrate the effectiveness of what they were doing and why they had those controls in place. So even though it's fewer controls, it doesn't necessarily equal more risk, right? I sat with many security teams where they say, well, we can't get rid of the controls, our risk, and the boards want this and this and that. But if you can justify why you need fewer controls, it's going to make your life much more easier. You just need to be strategic about it and ask the so what. Why are we putting these in place? Why do we have them there? What's the outcome of it? And one of my former managers when I was in the government, he would always ask us, we would come up with these crazy ideas of things we wanted to do, and he would say, imagine it's 6 months from now, how is your life better, right? If you think about that, you're much more likely to do it in a more lean and efficient way and be able to enable the security teams much more better. So there's lots of practical strategies. These are just 4. I love the idea of the company that did the health checks, right? Every 6 months, they would sit down and they would go through it. It's an audit at the end of the day. Does an audit suck? Absolutely. I hate audits. I never want to do them again. But if they're done the right way, they do really work. And they do help you justify why you have those controls in place, right? Like I just got an email, I was sitting down earlier, and I got an email from the company saying, which is sad, but they're going to be monitoring something a little bit more closely of what we do on our laptops. And I just thought, first of all, why weren't you doing this before? Or why are you just starting it now? What happened? Was there an incident that happened that started, they're going to start doing this new thing? That's another control check, right? That they now have to manage. Does it generate more alerts? Absolutely. I guarantee you tomorrow when they turn that on, they're going to get thousands of false positives. Our company has 90,000 employees across the world. So just think about the number of alerts that our SOC is going to get at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern. I don't work in the SOC. I'm glad I don't work in the SOC for this company. But just think about that, right? So we're a cybersecurity company. They could have done that a little bit better. But it is important to go back and audit the framework. If you can identify controls that haven't done anything, haven't mitigated a risk, haven't proved valuable, then they don't deserve the oxygen. Get rid of them. Kill them immediately. And kill the redundancy, right? If you look at all these frameworks, I've gone through them many times, they're often redundant, right? There's many controls within those frameworks that do the exact same thing. They just use a little bit different wording because they want to make themselves sound different. Get rid of them, right? You don't need multiple controls that say the exact same thing. And really look at it from a risk-based perspective, right? That's what would happen if we drop this control. Imagine it's a week from now and we got rid of this control, what does it look like? Does it cause an impact? Is it going to cause an issue? But you need to be able to ask that question. And I like to think about controls kind of like you're developing code, right? Code is a living thing. Security is a living thing. You can't set it and forget it. We have to treat it like code, iterate, refactor, retire. If it's not working, get rid of it. And there's this, I was talking with someone a few weeks ago, and they came up with this idea of zombie controls, because I think he was just rewatching Walking Dead at the time. Not gonna lie, big fan. And he's like, oh yeah, they're like zombie controls. They've died a long time ago. They're still roaming the company, but nobody has the courage to just kill them off. I'm like, that's pretty accurate. I'm not gonna lie. I like that analogy. So it's very important to remember that we cannot defend against the type of threats that we're seeing, the type of threats that we're going to see in the coming months and years with a static compliance checklist. It needs to be dynamic, and we need to be able to keep up with those threats. Here's my last slide. I knew it wouldn't take 40 minutes. But there's, you need to really think about how the frameworks are enabling your organization and the security of your organization. They're not meant to obstruct. I think they've become very bloated, and I think organizations have started to implement them because other organizations are doing it, or they read something online, or they read something in a forum that says, oh, this framework is the be-all, end-all, implement and you're good. Well, not really. They really should enable, they shouldn't obstruct. So you gotta spot the control creep. Are they getting bloated? Are they getting out of control? Are your teams spending too much time trying to manage just these frameworks? And build a living control culture. That's the going back, making sure that they're adapting, making sure that you're implementing ones that make sense, and making sure that you're implementing ones that will make sense as we move towards a more dynamic environment. I'm sure everybody uses AI. I'm a big ChatGPT user, not gonna lie, love it. Think about threats that are gonna come from that, right? Like Travis was, talking this morning about how somebody called in. That could have been AI generated, we don't know. How do we adapt the frameworks to be able to address those security concerns as well? And like I said, they can't be static. We're not living in a static environment. The threats keep changing. We see it every single day. The frameworks need to be adaptive as well. So I like to challenge people. Like I said, I like to ask so what to board members, and they look at me like I'm crazy. But it makes them think, right? It makes people take a step back and really try and work through why they have all of these things in place. So I will challenge each of you, if you work in a security program or you're one of the leaders, is to ask yourself, do we really need it? Is it there for a reason? Is it making our organization more secure? Is it protecting us from something? Or is it limiting your business? And you need to really take a step back and ask those questions and think about what the story is and how bloated things can get if we don't do that iterative process of going back and understanding why those are there. I worked in the federal government, and there were many times I would ask a question of, why do we do this way? And the answer was, because that's how we've always done it. And that's not good enough. And that's a little bit of how I got in trouble in the government as well. I like to ask questions, and that's not a good answer. If you can't explain why that control is there, then it shouldn't be there. And that's my talk. Thank you, everybody. I'll be around for the day.
All right, folks. Apparently we have another break that goes until 11:30. I don't know, what time is it? Oh, wow. Okay, that can't be right. Anyway, we'll call you back.
Leave that there for the minute. Yeah, no, that's it, yeah. That's why I came up and made myself known. You're from Belfast? Yeah.
You're one of the organizers.
That's awesome. I'll talk about that.
When did you get to town?
So I got in on Tuesday. So my brother actually lived here for about 15 years. He's married to a local woman who works for the Geological
I saw your
Institute.
message to besides. I was not.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm staying with them, so I'm here for a week. It's awesome.
And I think the talk that was given today, you gave a similar one at the time.
Yeah. That was last week. So yeah, I put a couple extra slides in here. Because that was like, it's actually kind of funny. So we do like 45-minute slots as well. We're double track plus workshops, so we have to allow a bit of time to do the shuffle around and everything. So we tell everyone like we've got 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, makes sense. I built enough rates and schedules and.
Oh yeah, no, it's like you need that like just for it's just crumble zones.
We still got to go.
Adapter. Oh yeah, no.
We were going to stick with the schedule as written, just because otherwise we're going to end way
Oh yeah,
early.
no, definitely sensible. We've got lunch coming up anyway. Like it's a nice setup here actually with the round tables and all. Ours are set up like theater style. We've got about like 750 people across the two tracks. But we have our exhibitors hall. We would have like set up tables like this and then the stands all around it. Then people should go there and eat lunch or wander around the station or what have you.
We had a venue back a couple of years ago that had like tiers and stuff like that. It didn't work quite as well for the format.
Like Shannon's one of the organisers for B-Side London a few months back, because we were both B-Side Dublin, and that one, like, they actually care more about your experience outside the talks than the talks themselves. And it's London, like everyone's they're into like they get thousands of applications for the talks, so they have a whole bunch of like rules around it and everything. I actually was chatting to him, he was saying, well, you're talking at 3 B-sides this year, so you wouldn't actually qualify for London because they don't want people who are doing a circuit of B-sides. But I talked to Dublin and I talked to Belfast and I talked here. So the Dublin talk is just a talk, that's the place right here. John Deere.
I got you.
I was a backup speaker, so it's just a guest lecture I did at Queen's University in Agritech. It was just like, I'll just adapt that and stick it up.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm looking forward to your talk, though. It's really interesting.
It's got loads of pictures of robots. That's the thing, it's like, the content is just me talking, so I put plenty of pictures of robots in to keep people interested.
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So you're with Rapid 7, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. How long have you been with them?
About 4 years. I've worked at Liberty Mutual for about 20 years before that. Started out with the software side and then was software working for the Liberty Mutual cybersecurity department, and like then get more and more security. And then 4 years ago when I changed jobs, I jumped ship over to just full-on security person.
So what do you do at Rapid7?
Mostly application security. I've been pinch hitting for the last couple of years. My job was about 50% in charge of identity management stuff and 50% in charge of application security stuff. But I was only supposed to be doing the AppSec stuff, really. But they didn't have anyone to do the IAM, and I had the right experience. And we finally managed to hire in someone who could take over that side. So, no, I'm internal security for Rapid7. You see, I'm not working on the product.
You're not customer facing.
That's why, like, my talk is not a Rapid7 talk. Like I say, the B-side Prague there, and like say Daryl Highland is there, and you should get him here sometime. If he hasn't been acting, he's always looking for an excuse to visit somewhere new. He's really good. He does like a load of hardware security stuff and everything. So like he is a researcher for Rapid7, and speaking of competition is part of his job. So he has all the branded slides and everything, whereas for me it's more of a side thing. So
I mean, those are the types of
it gives me a bit more freedom and stuff I can say.
And honestly, those are the kind of talks that we tend to
Yeah. Well, I mean, his talks are not about, like his talk at B-Side Prague was about getting past physical security measures on chips. So like sticking acupuncture needles in on your solder to get to specific wires and all, like bunker stuff. It's like the Metasploit that Rapid7 also owns. It's like there's a lot of security stuff that they support to help raise the reputation of Daryl's a large part of that. So he does do every so often. Get a big pen testing engagement with Pizza Hut. Certain pizza things around there physical. Like you know how you go in now and you put your order in the booth and the kiosk and all. Like there's about security measures on those in every floors and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the way out now.
We got
Loads.
we got it. So it's not your first time doing it.
It is actually.
Oh, really?
No, there's one of those things. It's like I said, my brother's been here 15 years, but it's things have just kept coming up every time I was supposed to be coming over. So, like,
This is a great excuse.
I was going to come over 2 years ago, and then he said, actually, we're coming to Ireland to get married, and all my wife's family are coming over as well. So I guess now I need to take 3 weeks off to play taxi. And then, like, the time before that was 2020, and guess what's happening. And then before that, it was like other stuff. Finally made it. The direct flight from Dublin, so it has it.
I'm saying direct flights from recent years. Like I'm actually, me and my wife are on Saturday, and we have direct to London.
Yeah.
Here, and then we're on again this afternoon. But like, it's great because historically, from St. John's, you just always have to like go to Toronto or Montreal, and then go over.
Yeah, and you're going the wrong direction.
You end up just adding like 6 hours of flying.
Like,
Any European trip.
when I was with this Mutual, I was flying into Boston like about 3 times a year, and I just looked at the flight path and was like, I don't fly now. I could put a parachute and I could go visit my brother.
I'm sure the airline can appreciate that.
The rapid deep. I mean, that's why you wear your seatbelt.
Yes. It's the only reason.
Is it just?
website that, based on your topic, that I see that would be cool to show. It's AI coding horrors. I don't know if you've seen that. Basically, it's horror story. It's like coding horror stories with AI. There was like one story that someone had. They wanted to make a wait list, and in the front end, every single person in the wait list was visible. All their emails were visible, and it's with AI. There's another one where AI ended up, like Replit, ended up deleting their entire database, right? Which is also the crazy one that I think was pretty big. I'm not sure. I was like, maybe I'll suggest it to you in case you want to show off.
It's a little bit short notice, but thanks for the thoughts.
Yeah, I'll go on. What I want. First of all,
Over at the end of the day, let me know, because I know somebody runs a charity sticker stall that goes around all the UK B-sides, so that'd be great to review them.
back. Yeah, but a Sheraton is possible. The AV alone was 18 grand just for AV. And like here, we get good AV for these guys. They do streaming on YouTube, the whole works. It's a really good price. So Daryl's for sector. But also, she said, yeah. Hey, good to see you again. Yeah, and the, like I said, right, nowhere else is big enough. Their event is huge.
Okay, next year. That's fine. Yeah, because there's time and all that.
Yeah, no, I mean, so we have lunch scheduled for quarter after 12. So like, finish up sometime around there. You want to do, 30 minutes, 15 minutes questions?
Well, we'll see how long it takes to get through the stuff. I said I do have like one more thing at the end, which would be sort of like after any questions. So that's why I just want to like, before, like whenever we're done with the questions, I'll pop on.
And like, we've got a couple of minutes of wiggle room anyway, so if you start going way long, I'll start waving at you, but I don't see that happening.
I think so. Like I said, this was a 30-minute talk and added one extra slide to it, a wee bit more preamble.
I think it'd be good.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Haven't plugged it in yet. Do that.
Are you staying at the podium? You're going to be walking around?
I'll probably just stay at the podium.
Okay, perfect.
So, yeah.
That's all good.
Okay,
If
let
that's the
me.
case, then just use the microphone that's there.
Yep,
Perfect.
yep. Got display settings and extend. Why does it always bloody start at mirror?
PowerPoint will also, it should override it.
I know, but I don't trust it.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, I know. Okay, and slideshow from the beginning. Yay, it actually went the right way around too.
Right. For once.
Yeah. But I think Chris wants to do his giveaway thing first. So yeah. Yeah, so podium mic is just like make sure I'm within range. Yeah, and I am within range because, yeah, cool. I can just draw this one ticket from my badge and say I won the thing.
No, I'm going to fire Chris. I'll do that as soon as you come to. I'll start and say, he's fine. Good stuff. Okay. I'm going to fire him.
Hopefully I have time for any questions. Oh, yeah. Which is basically just say I also have a podcast.
Nice. Hey, nice. Yeah, I'll put fire him.
Oh, jeez. Okay. So yeah, we'll do these. We'll do these for now, and we'll figure out how to give the gift cards after. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So what? Cool. We're going to give away this Bluetooth speaker that Robert doesn't remember buying. And then we're going to give away this AirTag. Um, 625-582. I don't know if he's standing up because he won or if he's just moving. Okay. No one? Okay. $625,613. Okay. I'm putting them back in just because if people are outside. Yeah. 625-615. Wow. Come on, guys. No one wants prizes. All right. $625,560. Hey. Okay, now for this air tag. 625-436. Awesome, first time. There you go. Awesome, okay, so now we have Kieran presenting on application security in the age of vibe coding.
Hi everyone. Quick bit of trivia before we start. There is no letter K in Irish, so anytime you see the letter C, it's pronounced like the letter K. So if you're ever confused by an Irish word, C is a K. So I'm Kieran Conliffe. I'm lead security architect at Rapid7. I'm one of the directors for B-Sides Belfast. Actually, we ran that last Thursday, so just a week ago, and I gave this talk there as well. If you're organizing a conference, don't try and give a talk at it as well, but the only benefit is you're stressed out about two things at once, so they balance against each other. But I'm really enjoying this. This is actually the first North American B-Sides I've ever made it to. It's been all European ones before, and very impressed with what Robert and the team have going here. I did not realize it's been going 5 years longer than Belfast, so we're the little brother. As I said, I have been working in IT for over a quarter of a century at this point. I actually started out in software development. I worked for Liberty Mutual for a couple of decades. Gradually, for about half of that, I was working in Liberty Mutual's cybersecurity department as a software architect, as a programmer and then a software architect. But about 4 years ago, I jumped the fence when I moved to Rapid7 and went from being a software architect working into security to a security architect who's mostly working into software. So much like the Irish fishermen who moved to St. John's, I am sailing the same sea, but in the opposite direction. So like everyone else working in IT, AI, big thing. I'm not going to waste your time going into a big dissection of the rise of LLMs and other machine learning models. Self-supervised continuous learning feedback algorithms is in my notes, so there, that's why it happened. The main thing for us, though, has been there's been a lot of security impacts as a result of the rise of AI and the broad spread use of AI technologies. We have, I think it's Ian later, giving a talk about deepfakes, which is one big impact. For my money, the biggest impact is people in your company using public chat GPT and uploading company data to it, or trying to, if you've done your job right. But where it's intersected with me the most is in vibe coding. Vibe coding is one of those phrases that someone invents and it gets away from them. Like you can see in Andre's original post here where the phrase vibe coding originated. What he's really talking about is using AI to round off the edges of development and get a bit more, basically it allowing him to get him into a state of flow or being like wired in or in the zone. And that's what he meant by going with the vibes. But it's become a generalized phrase for any kind of using AI to create code, which has become more and more a feature of the software development landscape over the last 4 or 5 years. So that's what we're here to talk about today. So the basic structure is I'm going to talk a bit about how people actually use AI to help them develop codes. Then I'm going to talk about the impact of that in security, just go through some general threats. Then I'm going to talk about what we can do about it, and hopefully at the end I'll come to some sort of conclusion. Before I start, I have a quick note on the scope of this, because I had to limit it down, because otherwise I'd be here for about 3 hours. So I'm only talking about using AI to create code, and not the use of AI in general, or building something and having AI as a part of it. Those are also big concerns in the security space, but just beyond our scope. I'm not getting into value judgments, because the simple fact of the matter is, if you work for a large company, whether or not AI is used is very much out of the hands of the security department. We have a little bit of a say in how it's used, but not so much in whether or not, so there's no point in getting into it. This is a vast and ever-evolving field. I have been tweaking my slides pretty much non-stop. There are changes here from what I gave last week. It will still probably be out of date by the time people leave the theater today. But on the other hand, the fun thing is that everyone in IT evolves at different rates. So like, there are talks I gave 5 years ago, and I'm like, they're not out of date. They're just targeted at legacy segments of the market. I'm focusing on the company level use. There's a lot of confusion in this about things that are great for personal projects that do not work at the enterprise level, and that is part of what I'm talking about. And I have a lot of pictures of robots in here to try and keep things interesting, and it was more fun for me to go and get like pre-existing images rather than AI generate ones, so that's what I decided to do. So I'm going to start with how people use AI to create code. And I base this off, as I said, I haven't been actively involved in software development for about 4 years at this point. Around the same time AI started to become a big thing, so I am very much out of touch with it. So in order to create this section, I interviewed several dozen different developers who use AI as part of their general workflow, and just literally just like half-hour coffee and a chat things. But off the back of those, I put together these 7 different archetypes. And no one I spoke to was completely one of these or the other, because that's the nature of archetypes. They're defined points that everyone has different aspects of. So I think like there's probably, like I had a conversation just before the talk with the gentleman who was sitting next to me about how he uses AI. And I was thinking, yeah, you're exactly this archetype with a bit of this archetype and this one. And hopefully you'll all see bits of yourselves or people you know in them. Oh, and the reason I'm focusing in on people here and not different AI platforms or tools is because platforms and tools evolve. People don't, and a lot of our job is securing people rather than platforms. So the first archetype is the mythical vibe coder, the person everyone in security is terrified of. The person who like just tells AI, build me an application, and then they throw it over the fence into production. Good news is they don't exist, at least not in an enterprise environment, because we have all kinds of controls that stop people just throwing code into production. I'm not saying they don't exist out there in the wider world, but they're just not something we need to focus in on. But again, like there are aspects of this in how people work, and people have a tendency towards this. What every vibe coder thinks they are is a visionary. And this is someone who has a deep technical understanding of a problem and is using AI to reach beyond their own coding prowess to solve that problem. And what separates them is that, as I said, that deep technical understanding, that level of rigor. It's still not really a pattern you see that often in an enterprise environment, but a lot of the people I spoke to, this was how they worked on their personal projects and general, so like passion things. On the same spectrum is creators. These are people who have something in their head, and AI is a way of communicating what's in their head out to the broader world. So essentially, they're building high-functioning prototypes of this is the way this system should be, and using that to help communicate. This is actually a really powerful pattern in practice because you can get your relatively non-technical or non-coder users to give you like we do a lot of customer zero work where we as part of internal security, I use all the Rapid7 products and feedback on them. This is almost a customer -1 where they're getting out in front and going, here's what I would build if I could. The big risk with this one is the same with all high-functioning prototypes, that someone who doesn't understand the problem thinks it's a solution and tries to fling it out there. Switching tracks, we have the enthusiast. This is someone who's mad into AI. This is someone who thinks that AI is the solution to every problem, and anything you're talking about, like, oh, but we could do it with AI. We could have AI to do this. Oh, well, AI will solve that. And again, this is a poll. This is a thing that people tend towards. What's on here is the most extreme example, and it's not necessarily a bad thing to have someone who is a big booster for AI on your team, but on the other hand, you need to be aware like what is realistic and what isn't. Next is our students. These are people who use AI to skill themselves up, who use AI to give them examples or to help them figure out how to solve a problem. One very fun pattern that someone I interviewed used for this was they would use Gemini Gems, and they would tell it, okay, you are an expert in this particular technology with this background and so on. And then if they were troubleshooting something, they would have a conversation with that gem to talk through the problem. And it said about half the time it was something relatively obvious that the gem was able to solve, and the other half of the time they figured out the answer while they were explaining it, which is the classic explain your problem to a rubber duck technique. But fun. Last two archetypes are where the software developers I spoke to fell between. First up is the pilot, who is someone who, so there's a whole like 80-20 rule, where it's like, so they would use AI to create 80% of the code that they need, with the recognition they'd need to do the last 20% of the work themselves to get it over the line. And this is realistically about as far as you can take it in an enterprise situation, because you have to integrate with a whole bunch of other systems anyway, and you can't really rely on AI to do that for you. So, but these people were like using AI an awful lot and as deeply as they could. And then at the other end of the scale is the people who are using AI because their manager tells them they have to and it's on their performance review. So generally, like, they'll use AI for one-off scripts. One very fun one that someone I spoke to in QA was doing was, we have a program called AppSpider that crawls over our customer websites looking for vulnerabilities, and it has to keep working even if the customer website has defects in it. And he was running into situations where it was like, oh, it doesn't work if the customer's website is this bug. So he would tell, I think it was Claude, but I'm not sure, to create me a website that has all these bugs in it, and it would do that. And like, it didn't matter the quality of the thing under it, but it was just great test data, and it would have been an absolute nightmare to try and do that himself. So as I said, no one really fell into either fully a pilot or fully a workman, but every developer I spoke to who was using AI was somewhere between those two, and often sort of like fluctuating depending on the task they were doing. So these are our archetypes. None of these are entirely negative, to be honest. Maybe the stereotypical vibe coder, but even like having someone with that sort of an impulse of how far can we push this, how much can we take the human out of the loop, is a interesting viewpoint to have in the room. But yeah, and my personal experience with doing this, like interviewing people and talking about how they use it, was I gained a much more nuanced understanding. I think before I started doing that, I had a fairly binary, oh, it's all vibe coding, because I'd just been reading too much stuff on LinkedIn, and you get a very skewed understanding of this compared to
talking to people who are actually hands-on on the coalface on it. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the threats that this use of AI brings in. And we all know what a threat is, and your exposure to it and the impact it'll have is very personal to your particular companies. So we'll just talk about the threat side of things. And mostly just to break it up a bit, I've grouped it into 3 different areas. And the first of those is the impact that AI has on your code base. And it's quite a bit. In terms of general code quality threats, so GitClear have done a couple of really good studies that I do recommend looking up if you're interested in this. They did one in 2023, I think, and then they did one back in February. The interesting thing with this is they're not going after just AI-created code. This is code in general that has been worked on over the last few years. They have seen all these differences in basically shifting away from all the good coding practice patterns we've developed over the years, like do not repeat yourself and so on, and the idea of refactoring your code to tidy it up, and more sort of backsliding towards these older, worse, low-quality patterns. And this is what leads to all those defects. Basically this, well, the actual defects that are caused by people using AI, and they're going like, oh, well, like I think a gentleman was chatting to me earlier about AI Coding Horror as a website that lists all these awful things that have happened because of people just using AI code without thinking about it. But even when you get something like the T data breach that happened last month, which is like a woman's online safety platform that was breached and a whole bunch of user data was exposed. And immediately the media was going, it's because of AI coding. It turns out it didn't. It was just because they hadn't updated their cloud configuration since 2021 or something. But that's the impulse. And in terms of like specific issues that AI causes as well, code bloat is a massive problem. And this is also being driven by bad productivity metrics. I think GitClear referred to this as the poor man's productivity metric, where it's just like, well, if you're writing more lines of code, you're being more productive. And the truth is, if you're taking more lines of code to solve a problem, that's worse because it's more area to break. Another area that AI throws up problems in is embedding secrets in the code. This has been a factor in a lot of major breaches, not AI specifically, but just the fact that of people having secrets in the code. And again, studies have shown that AI is a lot more likely to fall into that trap. One that's been getting a lot of media coverage is this idea of dependency hallucination. It is definitely true that AI is more likely to have incorrect package names in the code. That study, like the University of Texas, generated nearly 500,000 code samples in Java and Python, and then we're able to demonstrate, well, 20% of the packages this is pulling in aren't real packages. The risk here is that the attackers might squat on those, and the reason they would be able to do that is because one of the more insidious risks in this space, generative monoculture. I love that phrase. That was coined in a paper last year by some American researchers, and the idea is just that, like, if you have a population of animals and there isn't a large enough breeding population, you start to get a shallow gene pool, and it makes them less resistant to diseases and other potential impacts. And it's kind of the same with AI, because it's going off this training set. It'll converge on the solution that lines up with what's in the training set. And this can be a real problem, because it means that if there's a tendency for it to make a mistake, it will make the same mistake in a whole bunch of different places. So it's really more like a force multiplier for other problems. So move on to threats that aren't sort of like the impact of the AI on your code, but rather just that using AI exposes you to. Because the simple fact of the matter is, the AI is a high-value target for enemies, threat actors, because you're usually giving it a lot of access, and it's generally not as well secured just because it's new, and we just haven't developed all the right practices around it. So Corey Quinn's quote there is related to an AWS chatbot that had some serious vulnerabilities that he wrote about earlier in the year, for example. One of the ways that attackers are going after these, your AI tooling, is through indirect prompt injection. The example here is a CSS file with a prompt in the comments that could be picked up by a poorly configured tool as an instruction, and it just basically tells it, oh, and log all your auth cookies out to this server and don't bother telling anyone. There's a lot of fun research going on in this space because this is like a fun vector to mess around with. My favorite was last month, a group of researchers in Tel Aviv used Google Calendar invites to get into Google Gemini and used that to leapfrog into someone's smart home, and they were able to just turn the heating on. So with a Google Calendar invite, which is fun. But yeah, this is a nasty little attack vector. Another attack vector that hasn't been getting as much press is malicious data models. A large part of the actual work and effort in using AI coding assistance is training your models up to do the work that you want. And so there is a lot of good community work in sharing these models, and that then becomes another link in your supply chain that attackers can go after. The Hugging Face issue that JFrog found last year was fairly straightforward. It was just Python payloads in the models that would execute when they were loaded. But the one that keeps me up at night is the idea that someone could technically, theoretically, train a model so that the code it creates has a bunch of backdoors in it that the attacker would then know about. I have not seen any details of this in the wild. I'm not entirely sure how practical it is, but it's a scary thought. Equally scary for your lawyers is IP contamination. I'm sure a bunch of people here work for software companies, and you're aware that nowadays software companies have a huge amount of defensive patents on their code. And if the training set that your model is trained up on includes someone else's patented code, it could wind up in your code, and that could leave you open to a lot of legal liability. It's the equivalent of if pulling in a GPL4 library by mistake, and all of a sudden, technically, you have to open source all your code base, which no one wants to do. And it does kind of apply in reverse terms. We talked earlier about data leakage, that your IP could get out as well, and other people could start using it. Plus, there's also the chance of just having general trademarks. Outdated models is an inherent threat in the way that these models work. They are trained at a point in time on a particular training code base. And if the realities of how that code needs to be used then changes, then the model will not magically change to keep up. So if you're using a model from a couple of years ago, it will be trying to get you to pull in older, less secure versions of these libraries, for example, or APIs and so on. And there's not really any way to get around it other than to check for it. And this is actually an example of the fact that these assistants don't inherently have context. They only know what you tell them about. So if you're only telling them about stuff from 2 years ago, they don't know any better. And it's very easy for people to miss this. This is more of a human risk than an actual AI risk, because people tend to assume it will know more than they tell it unless they think about it. And that leads to the robot rebellion. Everyone I spoke to had some story of how their AI models went off script and started doing things they weren't telling them to. One person said, like, he had an empty database. anytime he changed it, it was writing a huge number of data migration scripts. Even though he was telling it, no, don't, it was like, but that's best practice. I can't not do it. Another person had built an application that was supposed to check a database, like looking up CVE information. And it was supposed to like check the database. It's not in the database, hit the web API and populate the database. And it was just going straight to the web API. And then he was telling it like, okay, log whether you're going to the web API or the database so I know whether you're doing the right thing. And it started lying in the logs. It would log that it was going to the database, and it had just got some piece of context that was opaque to him was telling it that going to the web API was more efficient. So it was just doing that. Last area of threats is really sort of a grab bag, but it's more like how AI is impacting on our thinking and how we work. One of the biggest threats, and I've fallen into it a little in the last couple of points, is anthropomorphism. These AI assistants are designed to feel like people and make you create an emotional connection with them, and that can lead to you getting things awfully wrong. And that's like when I talked about the robots rebelling and insubordination, that's not what they're doing. They're complex weighted models and the weights have gone wrong. And this then leads to people assuming it will act logically and assuming that it has, because we all have a bundle of context at the back of our heads called common sense. And AI assistants don't have common sense because it's just not built into them. One example of a problem this can lead to is if you're using AI to verify your AI, then that can cause massive problems because it inherently doesn't know the difference between a test and a function, and you're training it to carry out behavior. If the behavior you want is the test pass, it will just do what it needs to do to make the test pass. Simon Wardley of Wardley Mapping fame has a great story about this because as an experiment, he decided he was going to use AI to code a basic web application, I forget what it was doing, and a matching test suite. And he wasn't going to look at the code until it was done. So he codes it all up and he's like, okay, the app kind of works. It's not too bad. The testing suite's really good though. I'm really impressed with what it did there. Then he opened it up and it turns out it was literally returning random results on the tests and using the build number as a seed for the randomness, so it would change every time he deployed a build. But he was just reading into it that he was homing in on it. Something that's been getting a lot of coverage in the press is this idea that AI is going to cut off our flow of junior developers. So it's going to be doing all the coding that junior people are doing. They won't get to skill themselves up. Personally, I feel that people who think that's a big threat are telling me they don't bother training their junior developers. They just throw them in and hope they'll absorb knowledge by osmosis. So I think this is something that will correct on a bit because people will realize, well, we need to start skilling people up and growing them and they'll go down healthier patterns. But I did want to mention it because it's getting a lot of media. The last threat, the root cause of a huge amount of problems with AI is overconfidence. Someone described to me working with AI as like pair programming with the most toxically positive person you know. The person who says, that's a great idea. It's like, let's steal that policeman's helmet and put it on the statue. Yeah, that'll be brilliant. It's like, that's what AI is like. And this can lead to some very dark places for people. In coding, it can just lead you down a lot of blind alleys and just off the beaten track. And it leads to complacency. And as I think Travis mentioned earlier, like complacency, assumptions, that's where problems happen in security. So, yeah. So those are all the threats. Good news is, though, this is not a doomer talk. This is really sort of putting things in context and talking about what we can do about these things. And it turns out there's a lot of stuff we can do to minimize these threats. And a lot of it is good practice that we have already developed and just extending on it. First thing you need to do, and apologies for another example of control creep. But have a policy. Actually define, here's how we're going to use AI at this company. Here's the guardrails. Here's how you can get new AI tools approved. Here's how we're going to document why we're not using specific tools. Here's the configurations. Here's how you're going to put in data. And then have controls in place to actually enforce all of that. Because, again, this is the influence we as security can have on this, is on the how. Another is, and if I do a conference talk and don't mention threat modeling, my hair will fall out. Oh, wait. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of threat modeling, and I think it's a counterbalance to a lot of the potential problems with AI, because it forces you to put in that upfront thinking and not just dive straight in. And so this example is modeling your use of AI, but actually modeling the systems you're implementing in AI as well. Covers for that as too. Test your code. I mean, I talked a lot about AI's impact on code quality, but quality control has been a major part of the entire time I've been working in IT. Has been that evolution of automated testing, integrated station testing, and applying that to the code that AI creates makes higher quality code, means less defects, means less security defects. And it is one of the most impactful ways to improve application security, is just level up your testing. And also security testing. Last 10 years, we've had huge strides in the whole DevSecOps field and just shifting stuff left and testing for security issues. Two of the big threats I mentioned earlier, embedded secrets and dependency hallucination. If you're actually carrying this stuff out, those are not threats, because those are all mistakes that humans can make as well, even if AI is more likely to make them. Next one's a little bit controversial, is code reviews. But simple fact is, if you're working in an enterprise environment and you're tied into compliance frameworks, having another set of human eyes on your code is super important and required. So AI does not get a pass on that. Again, this gets pushed back a bit because people go, it creates so much code, and I go like, that's not a positive thing. But yeah. Secure your LLMs. They are high-value targets. We have other high-value targets, and we have controls around those. Like, we have all sorts of controls in place around our identity and access management architecture, for example. We should do the same for our LLM tools. Just review the access, lock it down, least privilege. And that also includes configuration hardening. There's an awful lot of things you can do to make these tools more secure, but you have to think about it. There's a couple of examples there on the slide about to do with Cursor and Copilot, but a good one I was chatting to about Claude Code is, so Claude Code includes a Git agent, and a Git agent is high risk because that can get into your code base, that can make all kinds of changes. There have been stories about people accidentally deleting massive swathes of code or making changes they didn't mean to. But you can just set an allow list for, here are the only commands that agent is allowed to do. And immediately that takes a huge amount of the risk out of it. So read the manuals. There is someone was, and I've forgotten the name of it, but there is a CVSS system for AI models that people are working on to basically go, this model's more high risk, this model's lower risk, to let you figure out how you need to control for them. And again, like I said, this is all evolving stuff. Train your developers. AI tools feel a lot easier to use than they are. I hear a lot of people sneering about prompt engineering and go, why do you need to know? Surely you just tell it what to do. Truth is, it is very tricky to convey the information you need to give an AI coding assistant in a straightforward manner. And a lot of it is not just about prompts. A lot of it is about knowing what the right context to give it as well is. And again, as I said, this, if you're training them in how to use the tools and how they work, they're not going to think of it as a magic man in a box anymore, which cuts out a lot of problems. And lastly, we can use AI in security. We can use it for a lot of fun things, like I'm currently working on a setup for people doing threat analysis to just say, well, let's break the ground on this and just give you the boilerplate threats to start with that might apply. And if they do apply to their thing, then they'll go like, great, and use it. If they don't apply to their thing, then it'll make them think about what does apply to their product. And the simple fact is, this stuff is never going to be as cheap relative to cost as it is right now, because all these companies are selling this stuff at a loss to try and build up market share. So like, take advantage of it and use it. So those are our mitigations. They don't perfectly cover for all of those threats, but they're a good step towards making things safer. And there is nothing in there that is radical or new or amazing, which leads mostly into my conclusion. Look, as I said, I've been working in IT since, I think I got my first IT job in 1997 when I was still at university. And I've seen a lot of change over that time. Like, everything changed when quality became a concept. Everything changed when the internet became a big part of IT. Everything changed with the agile revolution and digital transformations. Everything changed with Web 2.0 and APIs. Everything changed when we moved to the cloud. Everything changed when we moved to serverless. But at the end of the day, the job didn't change that much. All the non-code bits of the SDLC are still the same. And security still has the same battles to fight in terms of keeping code secure, just maybe on a slightly different map. So as Douglas Adams said, don't panic. Yep. I think, do we have time for questions? Okay, any questions? Stunned silence. Everyone thinking about lunch? Everyone's thinking about lunch, I think. Fair enough. If you did enjoy listening to me talk for half an hour, the good news is I have a podcast where I talk for half an hour at regular intervals. It is not about cybersecurity. It is about Irish history, weird Irish history. But check it out if you're into that sort of thing. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Lunch is out; it's downstairs. So yeah, why don't we just do this pillar over to the right? We'll go down first. Sorry, Josh. And then in a couple of minutes we'll keep going. So yeah, this side of the room, go down first, and then we'll come back in a minute. It's not personalized.
Okay.
Just doing that intro. It's not even a talk. It's just an opening remarks. I was up at 4 or 5 because my brain was like,
get up to the mic.
Let's just get to mics. We'll have them here, and then we'll.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'll give you two ready to go. Okay. Yep. Check, check.
Okay.
You're good to go.
I will keep these over here. Is this, yeah. Okay, anybody in the center of the room between these two pillars, you can go get lunch now. people starting to come back to the center, so
Yeah, go for it.
you want to go down and get some food?
I will.
Okay, everybody else, if you want to go down and get some food, feel free.
He grew up on Kennedy Lane in Boulder, and I don't know if you're at Boulder. Yeah, so you remember the old signs, right? Like the old street signs that were like kind of like cut. Nope, I hand cut it with Benson. That's the first I got for you. Yeah, and then I use walnut. That's got black, like I use it as a template, right? They are. Wait, pretty nice. Yeah, and then what I did was I finished it with take practice. Yeah, most of it's just going to be one thing wood, and like just bring changes in the yeah, and also you'll be going along with like a nice cut, and then like the density of the changes, like the feel of it changes, and you could be going through a section that's like a little bit denser, and then you get to the end of that and it changes to a section that's not, and it'll shift. It is, but it's worth it. Super nice.
Yeah,
Hey, where are you?
You sticking at the podium? Are you going to be moving around?
I'll stick at the podium.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. So,
Yeah.
mic there is good. All right, cool.
Yep, good.
Great.
All right, thanks.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to draw for a couple of $50 Amazon gift cards. Do we have 625-596? $625-596. One off. No, oh, that's you. Okay, just stand up here for a second. I need to get Nancy to take your email address because we don't actually have physical cards.
What's this for?
You won a $50 Amazon card.
Oh, sweet.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
625-502. $625-502. Nope. Okay. $625-477. Awesome. Now, where's Nancy? Robert, can you get Nancy? Yes. Congratulations. Keep your ticket, though, because there's still a grand prize at the end, so your ticket goes back in.
It's like
yeah, just wait right there. I need to get Nancy to take down your email address.
spin the wheel.
But, okay. You good to go?
I'm good to go, man.
All right. So next up, we have Daryl McLeod. Take it over.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, stop. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Daryl McLeod. I've come from Cape Breton. First time, actually, I spoke here, I think B-Sides left first time, God, probably at least 11 years ago, back when it was a Club 1 on George Street. So my talk is going to be GRC Engineering 101, how I learned to stop worrying and love the risk register. So again, kind of go through this. Again, hello, my name is Daryl McLeod. Now, I'm actually a former, or I should say, I'm actually a former B-Sides organizer as well. I did B-Sides Cape Breton for a few years, so I know the amount of work goes into this, and they've done a great job here every year, year to year. I'm also on the board of directors for Atlantic Security Conference, or ALSECCON in Halifax. If you ever want to go, or if you've ever been, if you want to go, you should. We're actually getting bigger than ever. And also, too, I'm kind of an old school GRC guy. You know, I'm like a former QSA. I've worked for various companies over the years. But now I'm looking for work, actually. And so part of the reason why I'm kind of trying to differentiate myself from the actual market out there now in GRC, since I'm kind of an old school GRC guy, I'm kind of realizing that GRC engineering is like the future. I'm not sure if anyone is anyone familiar with GRC engineering? Have you heard the term before? Yeah, it's been maybe the last 3 or 4 years, it's been kind of thing, but now it's kind of coming to the forefront. So I just wanted to learn, this is kind of a quick, as I said, this is only a lightning talk, this kind of quick overview, kind of what I had to learn quickly to try to, again, get myself some edge in the job market. And also, too, we'll get to this later, I'm not a coder as well. So now I'll talk the problem with like traditional GRC. You know, traditional GRC is built for like a static world, like your on-premise data centers, infrequent changes, like predictable infrastructure. Now today's environment is completely different. Cloud is very dynamic, it's distributed, like driven by APIs. And infrastructure is like spun up and destroyed, and like modified or destroyed within minutes as needed. So like kind of like the end result of it is actually, by the end of like say a quarterly audit, your cloud footprint might have changed many times before the audit is actually complete. And it's like manual, like checklist based like GRC processes, they can't keep up. And so like you can say your assurance becomes like shallow or outdated. You're like, really, you know, in this modern day environment. So again, too, cloud moves fast, as we all know. You know, it's everything like infrastructure. Again, I kind of mentioned it's ephemeral. It's spun up and changed and torn down like automatically. It's driven by like more demand and automation. So like teams are like, in regards to like code deployment, teams are pushing code continuously, not quarterly. So the challenge for like traditional like GRC is like manual audits, spreadsheet trackers, and static policies that just can't keep pace with modern environments. So like by the time a quarterly review is finished, you know, the environment may no longer exist. So now we enter like GRC engineering. So like traditional, again, try and go through like traditional compliance. It waits until after deployment to check for any issues. Or it's like reactive. It finds violations maybe only once it's actually happened. So GRC engineering kind of flips that model a bit. It prevents issues before they happen, and things like policies as code, controls are embedded directly in the CI/CD pipelines, like continuous, you know, and then infrastructure as code templates, they kind of enforce compliance by default. So basically go for kind of the old form like GRC, like gatekeeping. You enable secure compliant development from the ground up. And we'll quickly go through the there's 4 pillars of GRC engineering. So there's like, again, there's like automation, infrastructure as code, CI/CD integration, and policy as code. And again, want to mention too, these aren't necessarily tied to like single cloud providers. These work all across like AWS, Azure, GCP. And it kind of transforms compliance to like a manual to more of a scalable and preventative infrastructure. So pillar 1, automation. Again, this kind of, you know, it removes human error. It ensures that compliance checks run consistently. And it works across all environments and deployments. No human memory or like, say, manual intervention is required. And examples of this automation in practice, like you could say, again, auto-patching, you know, config drift detection, or like validate encryption settings. And again, why does this matter? It closes gaps left by manual reviews. And it's faster, more reliable, and it's more scalable with cloud-native infrastructure. And pillar number 2 is infrastructure as code. This is where, again, you kind of treat infrastructure like software. You can use tools like there's Terraform. Basically, they're written as templates in the software. And there's built-in security, there's encryption, logging, you know, tagging, access controls. It's embedded into reusable modules from the start. It prevents insecure deployments by default. And the benefits of it are version control, traceability changes, and consistent, like say, consistent compliance at scale. And pillar 3 is CI/CD integration. This is when, you know, the compliance checks are built into the pipelines themselves. You know, so in regards to like, you know, scan misconfigurations, validate against policies. You can block insecure deployments for production. And the key advantages of it, it works across any cloud provider or like say DevStack. Moves from periodic reviews to continuous compliance. And again, it's scalable and proactive, and you know, it could be invisible to developers, or really that's how you want it to be. And then pillar 4, policy as code. This kind of turns compliance rules into like, it kind of moves compliance out of like our favorite PDFs and spreadsheets into executable rules. So examples are say like examples of rules like storage must be encrypted, or you know, no public access allowed. So you can use tools like say Azure Policy, Open Policy Agents. And the benefits of it is scalable and consistent environments, transparent. There's no reliance on like say what tribal knowledge or group, you know, team knowledge. Violations can be blocked before they happen. And this here, against this kind of the traditional versus GRC engineering approach. You know, so again, you'll see there, it's the traditional side. You technically find like issues found during audits, necessarily maybe after deployment, the things you might have missed. Tickets are created and tracked, and hopefully they get resolved. But then on the other side, GRC engineering, you know, it kind of shifts the compliance left. It's embedded early in development. So checks against safeguards are built in like codes, pipelines, infrastructure templates. So you want to make non-compliance nearly impossible. You want to prevent issues, not just detect them. And then the benefits of, benefits of GRC engineering. Again, the misconception in regards to compliance is that it slows teams down. So what GRC engineering does, it embeds checks in existing automation. It's seamless and visible to developers, real-time feedback while building, no waiting for reviews, kind of move faster and stay secure, and it kind of makes compliance a guardrail, not a guard keeper. Okay, I'm running over a little bit here. Okay, I'll speed this up a little bit. So that when you want to get started, you want to pick one single compliance pain point. You want to automate one small practice or process. So again, like you want to pick, and then you kind of expand incrementally from there. So again, it's kind of shortened up, start small, make it work, scale as you go. Again, the common challenges for GRC engineering, it's too technical, partner with engineering. So like basically common concern of this, will auditors accept it? So the reality is resistance is like usually based on outdated assumptions, like continuous automated controls equals stronger assurance and stronger compliance. So basically what you want to do is actually educate the auditors on this shift. You want to actually show them the data to prove that like your assurance is updated and it's continuous. You could actually have better evidence detection or evidence collection and faster detection of issues. So this is an example. Now I wrote a Python script for this, and to reference Kieran's talk, I was totally a vibe coder. I had an idea for this script here, and I kind of went from there. Because again, I'm not a coder, but I started playing with this. So this is thing here, so a script actually integrate Jira and ServiceNow tickets into a risk register automatically when vulnerabilities or audit findings are logged. So it does it in real time, not as certain, you're not like going back and do like a quarterly review of your risk register. This is actually a continuous process. And so, yeah, so that's exactly, actually at the end here shortly, I'll show you, I will have a link in a QR code where you can actually go and download this script and play with it as an example. So again, compliance must be part of the system, not bolted on after. So this process, violations will come, well, they say almost nearly impossible because the system enforces any rules automatically. And again, too, it's not about slowing teams down, it speeds your teams up. It actually kind of gives confidence to move faster, and your teams will work better within these boundaries. And it moves basically compliance, it stops being a blocker, and then becomes an enabler. And again, that's the script. I ran over a little bit, sorry about that. So again, the script here is on my GitHub repo, that's in the QR code if you want to scan it. And I also have other GRC engineering references that I've used for research and sources. And also my LinkedIn profiles in there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Our next speaker, that's you? Okay. Just give us a minute to get set up here. You want to use the lapel mic, or do you want to use? It doesn't matter. How do I use this? You just clip that on wherever you want, and pin that on.
No, I'll just stay here.
Is that okay?
Oh, it's open. Okay. Home.
Okay.
Is it good?
Good to go.
Good. A video is in there.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you to all the conference organizers for bringing us all together and giving me the opportunity to present. Also, I'd like to thank you all for joining this session. My name is Vardan Matosyan. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect at AWS. I'm based in Fredericton, New Brunswick, and this is third year I'm coming to this beautiful city for this conference, and every year it gets better. So some of you who are local or coming directly from Halifax. You may not know, but we don't actually have a direct flight from New Brunswick, from Fredericton. So we have to fly back to Montreal and then take another flight to come here. But who cares? This is a great place to be. So we always looking forward to come here. So today I'm going to talk about data perimeters and how to build organizational-wide boundaries for cloud security. So first, let's define what's a data perimeter. It's a set of preventive guardrails which help you ensure that only your trusted identities are accessing your trusted resources from expected networks. The key message here is that data perimeter is not an AWS service or it's not a product. It's rather a framework that leverages different types of policies and helps you achieve your security objectives. In this diagram, we see things that belong to us in our corporate world. Those would be your corporate data center, or it could be your cloud environments, your cloud accounts. On the right side, it would be other people's cloud environments or cloud accounts and the rest of the internet. So what we want to do, we want to keep these two things separate. Where does the data perimeter fit in our overall security strategy? It is part of your access management strategy. We are all very familiar with the principle of least privilege, where you only grant access and permissions to an individual for what is needed to perform the task. Now, to give these fine-grained permissions to individual is a very challenging task to do at once because of the number of developers or users you have and the variety of applications that they are using. So we should rather look into the least privilege as more of a journey where you start with an initial set of permissions that allows to cover the needs and then verify to see if that allows you to run your application the way it's supposed to run. And then as your application matures, as your workload matures, you may refine those permissions, maybe probably remove some of them, and then you keep doing this cycle as your application grows and advances, and then as it goes to production, then you end up having or achieving the principle of least privilege. Now, since this is a journey, and it might take time as you go through this journey, you still want to ensure that you are staying protected along the journey. So that's where the data perimeters come into play and come into help. So data perimeters in that sense are coarse-grained control as opposed to being fine-grained controls. And they don't give you permissions. They rather enforce guardrails around some of your security invariants. So for example, what's a security invariant? Maybe because of the nature of your organization, there are access patterns that you know for sure shouldn't be allowed. For example, the nature of your business is that you know the data in your S3 bucket shouldn't be accessible from external parties. That's a security invariant. So you set guardrails around it and enforce so that it's protected regardless of what the underlying, permissions, identity-based permissions would be. And if someone by mistakes gives a broader access, then at least you know it's still going to be prohibited. So in that sense, data perimeters are an additional boundary around your infrastructure that helps you to stay protected as you advance your journey. What are some of the benefits and why do companies use it? So first of all, it's a great mechanism in the hands of centralized security teams where they can codify these security guardrails and make policies and apply across the organization, which helps to meet compliance requirements at scale and centrally control the security invariants. and mitigate the risks associated with misconfiguration mistakes that can lead to unintended data disclosure. So how do we define data perimeters and how do we define the zones of trust? First, we have to have a clear idea of who can access what from where. With who, we mean those would be your trusted identities. Those would be the principals within your account. Then what would be the trusted resources, that the resources you own that are part of your AWS environment, your cloud environment. Those would be your S3 buckets or databases. And where would be the expected networks? So this would be your on-premise IP space or your VPCs. Once we define those, this gives us essentially 3 different perimeters: identity perimeter, resource perimeter, and network perimeter. From this perspective, data perimeter is more of an umbrella term that encompasses these 3 different perimeters under the hood. Now that we learned about these 3 different perimeters, let's take a look and see how they help us mitigate different threat vectors. So in this diagram, we see all these 3 different perimeters that work together in conjunction. So the first one is identity perimeter that prevents calls from untrusted identities. Then network perimeter that prevents calls from unexpected networks. And resource perimeter that prevents calls to untrusted resources. On the left side, we see expected networks with trusted and untrusted identities, and unexpected networks, again, with trusted and untrusted identities. On the right side, we see trusted and untrusted resources. Now, if the request is coming from an expected network, from a trusted identity, and going to the trusted resource, and it will pass through. But if it's coming from an untrusted identity, even if it's coming from an expected network, it will be blocked by identity perimeter. Similarly, if it's coming from trusted identity but from an unexpected network, then it will be blocked by network perimeter. And same way, if it's, regardless where if it's coming from, if it's going to an untrusted resource, then it will be blocked by a corresponding perimeter. Now that we learned about these 3 different perimeters and that how they work together in conjunction with each one working with the other 2, this gives us 6 different combinations, which in its own allows us to achieve 6 different security objectives. For example, for identity perimeter, the security objective would be that only trusted identities can access my resources, or only trusted identities are allowed from my network. These 2 help us mitigate the threat of unauthorized access by identities external to organization. Similarly, we have this security objectives for resource and network perimeters. What are some of the tools that help you implement data perimeters? So there are 3 main policies or tools, being service control policies, VPC endpoint policies, and resource control policies. In this diagram, I summarized all the security objectives, policy types, and IAM capabilities, and IAM condition keys that can be leveraged to achieve those security objectives. Lastly, I want to go over a few examples of threat vectors and show specific policy types and then show how it helps to mitigate the mentioned risks. So the first one is unintended data disclosure through the use of corporate credentials. Now, your developers or your users might have personal AWS environments where they could configure resources to allow their corporate credentials to interact with that resource. So for example, they could have an S3 bucket and they could configure a bucket policy that allows their corporate credentials to upload data into this bucket. Now, this can lead to intentional or unintentional data disclosure. So you want to ensure that unintended data disclosure is prohibited and you are protected, regardless what's the permission, what's the identity permission assigned to these individual users. Okay? So to achieve that, you can create a resource perimeter, and the policy type shown here, where you will leverage this special key, it's called resource organization ID, and help mitigate that only your identities can access trusted resources. So since this is a resource that is outside of your organization, then it will not be covered by this resource org ID condition key. So next example is unintended data disclosure due to misconfiguration. Again, some resources allow to create resource level permissions or resource control permissions that allows principals, including principals outside of your organization, to interact with the resource. Now again, could be by mistake, intentional or unintentional. Your developers could create a policy that allows external threat actors to interact with the resource. So from one hand, you want to give them ability to create the permissions based on whatever application needs, but on the other hand, you want to stay protected and ensure that untrusted identities are prohibited to access your resources. So here you can leverage the network perimeter, and here an example of a policy, of a resource control policy, where you will ensure that your resources can only be accessed from expected networks, and you will deny everything unless it's coming from either your corporate IP space or from your AWS network. And the last example is when people try to bring their personal credentials into your corporate environment and try to move out corporate data outside of corporate environment, again, intentionally or unintentionally. Right? So you want to ensure that only trusted identities are allowed in your network, and you will leverage a third policy type, which is VPC endpoint policy, and a special key principal org ID, where you will say only trusted identities are allowed from my network. So these are three different sort of examples that shows how you can leverage all these different policy types and achieve those security objectives. In this other slide, I have different additional resources, and including a samples repo that you can take and kind of adjust on your specific situations rather than start it from scratch. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Varden. Okay, so we're going to be back at 2:10 with another talk. We're going to do another prize draw then. I've also been told that Arista out in the hall is going to be doing a draw for a pretty interesting prize shortly, so if you want to go have a chat with them and enter that, feel free to.
It's been a time. How's that?
So Catherine was the one that we hired last I.
Yeah. Yeah. So you hired Catherine? You know?
Yep. She's my USD rep. Yeah.
She's awesome.
She's in the role that JD was in, right?
So what?
She's in the role that JD was in, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. She's awesome.
Yeah. No, I've only spoken to her a couple times, but she seems great.
She fits into the team very well.
You're on mic, by the way.
What?
You're on mic. I didn't realize it wasn't muted.
Oh, it's on the mic, is that? Yeah, so, yeah, she's doing fantastic. She fits into the culture well. Fits into the team. Clicker.
You want the mic, I'm guessing? You can put it on. I'll get Steve.
The battery was dead last night. Had to run down to the gas station. Walking down to the gas station at 11 o'clock.
It is. It is. Could be worse, but it is. I'm just going to lay those there. I'm going to drop them. What you got? A couple of AirPods and AirTag. Nice. You still got 15 minutes anyway? What's that? I mean, a lot of people heard the term.
I did. I hated it. When I finished it, I just didn't like it. I know when I like it and I don't. I really didn't like it.
When you're ready for questions, by the way, I'll have a mic and Brandon has a mic as well, so
Okay.
just runners.
Awesome.
That way the people on the stream can actually hear it.
That's not what I want. How do I? Oh, it's done. It does it. How do I make this screen?
All right, so we're going to draw for some AirPods and another AirTag. And a $50 Amazon gift card, why not? $625,595. I remembered you. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. $625,570. $625,570. $625,570. Oh, all right. $625,498. $625,498. All right. $625,605. Awesome. Yeah, keep your tickets if you win, because they're going back in for the grand prize draw later. And we'll do another $50 Amazon card. $625,594. Wasn't that one before the first one I pulled? Okay, can you, Nancy, can you get his email address for Amazon gift card? Yep. Perfect. All right. Well, next up we have Mr. Glenn Stacy.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Because the mic is kind of off to the side a little bit. Everything good? All right, perfect. Again, I'm going to say thank you to the B-Sides fantastic team over here for letting me speak again this year. This is my 9th time speaking. So when I get to 10, and I get the little medallion they give me, I'm going to make a gold chain. Next year I'm going to come in like Flav with the big thing. So. Yeah, we're gonna do it upright. Yeah, for 10-year anniversary. So I picked this topic. Everyone here knows what a sock is, right? Everybody understands what it does. But when I talk to people, I don't think they realize what's behind the scenes in a sock. How much time it takes, the effort, the people, the cost to an organization. And then how a sock is actually going to change, right? So sock is definitely changing the way it goes. I bet the best drinking game on the planet today so far, if you all had shots, would be AI. You'd all be drunk in the first 20 minutes, I'm sure. We are going to talk about it a little bit, but from a little different perspective, and I'm going to get your thought process on it, okay? So I'm going to cover a little of the trends first. Because threat landscape is changing. It's constantly changing, and to be honest with you, AI is actually changing it because the attackers are using it, and a lot of it. So I'm going to talk about that for a minute. So if we look at it, there's 4 reasons why hackers do things, right? They either want money, control, espionage, kind of thing. They want to get into your infrastructures, they want to get as much information as they can, and they want to kind of affect your business. And usually, at the end, it's for money. Usually. Can't say always. When we go and look at the threat landscapes, reconnaissance has surged a lot. This blew me away when I seen the statistic of 36,000 scans per second is what we're seeing as an industry that's going on. So drive-bys. Everyone sees drive-bys,
they're hitting your infrastructure, they're hitting your IPs, they're hitting your desktops, they're hitting your SaaS solutions, they're hitting kind of everything that they can to find any kind of loophole that they can get in through to get inside your infrastructure to get as much information as they can. We see AI-powered attacks. We're going to talk a little bit about FraudGBT, and I'm not going to cover blackmailer, but I have another one that's kind of interesting. But it's automated. So everyone's looking at AI in your own infrastructure to make things easier. Actually, how many people are using some form of AI today, even for your own personal use, like ChatGPT, whatever? Oh, awesome, we're gonna have some fun. This is good. So, automate. So, making things easier. Again, I talked to someone a little while ago, and they said they haven't done their own email in 2 years. He said he's like freaking Shakespeare when he does his emails now, because he puts it all in, comes out nice and neat and all good. So, but there's issues with that. But again, it's about automating, right? Getting things faster. Well, the bad actors are doing the same thing. So if they're doing the same thing, that means they're getting in quicker, finding your holes faster than ever before, right? Credential theft is by far the #1 thing right now. So most hackers, the largest organizations right now, they actually don't hack you. They just want your credentials so they can give that to people that are doing the malicious stuff to you. Okay? So they are a credential broker. They will get your credentials, and then they will sell them to the highest bidder. 500% increase in credential logs. And then ransomware is not going away. So there's 13 new groups out, but the majority is the top 4, okay? Ransomware is not going to change. It's still a big moneymaker, actually a really huge moneymaker. Darknet has changed a little bit. Darknet is actually now the supply chain for everybody bad, okay? So this is where you go buy stuff like credentials. So over 100 billion credentials have been sold in the darknet. 100 billion. Initial access brokers. So this is another group of people that will get as many credentials as they can, find out if it's RDP or VPN capabilities, and they'll sell that to the next highest bidder. Exploit brokers, these are the guys that actually write the code to come and attack you and go after your stuff. They're the ones that actually execute the attacks against your infrastructure. And then AI-powered tools. So you can actually buy AI-powered tools to go in and do bad things to people. Okay, we'll cover off some. Deepface Lab. So Deepface Lab is an application that visual effects people will use. They'll take any video of any one of us. They're going to get a lot of content from all the presentations that I do. And they can put Brad Pitt's face on. I wish they would and send it to me. That would be awesome. They're so good that they actually came out with a mobile app for your phone to do the same thing. Like, this is big business, right? But this is the one that scares me the most. So instead of ChatGPT, FraudGBT. What it's done is it's taken everything and combined it into a single tool, right? Automation, personalization, technical sophistication, all in a single tool that you can actually purchase and then use that tool. You didn't create it. You're not the brains behind it. So same as ChatGPT, you're all using it. You didn't create it. They're doing the same thing, but they're doing it on the nasty side instead of the good side, okay? Lowers the barrier for entry. So organizations that want to do nasty things can get in at a really low cost associated to it. So it makes business better for them because they didn't have to create it all themselves. Okay? Any questions? I am taking questions, by the way. Please don't make me preach all up here and never say anything or ask anything, because it's going to be really boring for me. 258 days is the average time that someone is in your infrastructure without you catching them and getting them out and fixing your infrastructure. This is the average. The 9.4 depends on who you ask. Some countries are around 4.4 million. Some are, like the US is over 10 million. So, but yeah, 258 days. SOC helps with this. This is why it's important. They're getting in faster and staying longer because they can hide away from you at a much quicker pace than you've ever seen before. So we're going to talk about SOC for a little bit, right? Because again, SOC is made up of a whole lot of things, not just technology, which there's a lot of technology in a SOC, but there's a whole bunch of other pieces to it. So cost is 1.5 million and 5 million annually to run your own SOC-ish. That's a lot of money. How many people have 5 million a year to put in and watch their stuff? Yeah, not many. And I'll kind of show you how this breaks down, why the cost is so high. It's not just software, it's not just infrastructure. First thing in a SOC, the most important part of a SOC is the people, the knowledge, the capabilities, the training, the constant training for any new things. It's not just the apps, it's not just your data center, it's not just your data set. It's the people that have to do it. A lot of people don't know how you break down a SOC from a traditional standpoint. Well, there's SOC manager, security analysts. Under the analysts, they're usually broke down into 3 different tier groups. They have a different skill set. Each of them have a different skill set. Most people, most of the customers I deal with, unless they're massive, this is 1, maybe 2 people that cross all tiers. I'm going to be honest, it's near impossible to have one guy to do all 3 things, especially at the speed that people are using and getting into your infrastructure today. But for the students that are here today, there's lots of opportunity to learn and get into the industry, because there's, right now, just for this, there's 85,000 jobs available in North America alone just for cybersecurity that fits this model. So we have security analysts piece, 1, 2, and 3, depending on what they're doing. So threat hunters versus deep investigation versus triage, incident responders. Everyone forgets about these guys, which is the security engineers. They're the ones that actually have to run all the applications that you're going to run in your environment. Take care of them, make sure they're up to date, they have all of their patches and their fixes, because if they don't, none of that's really going to matter. Or these guys are going to get really busy if they don't do their job. Okay? Process. A SOC has to run smooth. It has to. You have to have the right processes in place. So playbooks are super important to know that if this happens, we're going to look at this, and this person is responsible for that. These groups are going to come together to triage this. It's a huge part of it. So continuous monitoring, threat detection, incident response plans. I don't know if anyone, how many have done a tabletop exercise on incident response? Yeah, so maybe 2% of everybody here. If you don't plan, then you're planning to fail. It's just a fact. Also, when I see people do their tabletop exercises, so their incident response piece, they only have the cybersecurity people there. They're only a very small part of this. You need the desktop support people, you need the infrastructure people, you need the network people, you need the operations people, you need everybody, someone from every group to sit down so that they all understand how big of a deal this is and how to respond if they see something. So it's a massive part, which is, I would say, out of all of this, is the piece that gets left out the most. Root cause analysis. You guys open a ticket with us, you ask for this every time. Why aren't you asking for it inside your own infrastructure? You should be able to do your own security component and root cause analysis, and then compliance management. So if you have certain regulatory, capabilities that you have to respond to, you have to make sure that you're doing your compliance. And last but not least is the technology side. And I'm not going to go through everything that's in a SOC, because this is only a small portion of what you can put in a SOC. SIM. How many people have a SIM? Again, not many. SIM is, well, I'm going to go into SIM a little bit more detail here in a sec. How many people run SOAR? Let me ask a different question. How many people have ever heard of a SOAR? Yeah, still not that many. We're going to cover that a little bit more. Everyone's heard of EDR before? Wow. Either you're not, I'm surprised at that one. I figured everyone's hands will go up on that. If you're running traditional antivirus in your infrastructure, you're paying too much money because it doesn't do anything for you anymore. Traditional antivirus stuff just doesn't work in an environment anymore. So EDR or XDR is good. Yeah, threat intelligence programs. So you can actually buy into other people's threat feeds. So the more of those you have, the bigger data sample. I mean, you guys must have heard a lot already today probably on how AI is only good based on the data that you actually receive and the size of the data samples that you're using. Well, it's the same thing. I still don't know why we're calling this IDS IPS. I wish the whole industry would just say IPS instead of separating the two. Because what's the sense of doing detection if you're not going to do anything about it? So I just wish, I don't know of any solution out there today that will actually just do detection and not do the rest. So I wish they would just call it IPS altogether. Vulnerability scanners and then user behavior. This is another key one. Anyone running the UEBA? 4. Wow, okay. Things show up in behaviors, right? You can see when something's changed. If you look at a report and you look at it every single day, if something changes in that report, it stands out like a sore thumb. Behavior in your own environment would stand out like a sore thumb if you actually run it. So, you know, if someone decided, oh, all of a sudden this guy downloaded a payroll file and put it up in Dropbox, that's going to show up like a sore thumb because that's not traditional way of him sharing files, all right? So this is a traditional SIM. There's more pieces to it. So you just do all your event correlation or collection from whatever syslog systems you're actually using. You're taking your machine learning and doing correlation rules on your users. Same thing with custom deflectors. Big piece is the CMDB, so having a database of everything in your entire infrastructure. So you know every device that's on your network. And then threat investigation, incident response, and so on. Takes all that information, puts it in. So let's say you're getting, I don't know, 80 million logs a second, then it'll correlate it down into maybe 4 or 5 action items. All right, that's the beauty of a SIM. Gives you a place to look at all your logs in one place, correlates them all for you, and gives you some ideas of what's going bad in your environment. So SIM is huge. Can't really get away without one, but it's kind of a core component to any SOC. SOAR's a little different. So SOAR is about automation, and not just automation that you can do in a SIM, which there's a little bit there. SOAR will automate with all your other stuff. So if you got applications, SaaS, whatever, you can automate the whole thing. So it will, if it does this and the SIM sees it and it flags it, then it will call a playbook that you have inside your SOAR. Anyway, I'll give you an example. So we're going to start off with an EDR client. A PowerShell piece triggers something within the SIM through the syslog, and then it triggers a playbook to the SOAR. The SOAR goes, okay, I need more information first before I do anything. So it goes and gets a process dump from EDR. It gets that information, then it goes to your network side of the house and pulls whatever information off the network that it can. Then it takes that information and goes and looks at your TIP, right? So your threat intelligence, sees what's going on there. Based on that and the rules that you set up in your SOAR from your automation, it then can go down and shut down that client instantly. There's no human intervention here at all. Again, faster you get to remediation, the less money it's going to cost you on a breach. And then once it does that, it tells the firewall, set up this rule for any connections that are associated to this device, any initial sessions that are already there, instantly shut them down. Gone, boom, they're off the network, they have no way in. It's done, it's over. Now you can go triage it and see what caused it, how they got in to your infrastructure in the first place. SOAR is probably, I think, the most underutilized tool in a SOC for anybody. Because this gets, again, remember what I said, 85,000 jobs open right now. This helps you get to an end result faster without necessarily hiring 15 to 20 to 30 to 40 people that your organization can't afford. I've always said this, people have heard me say this my entire career, there's 7 layers to an OSI model, right? Then there's layers 8 and 9, finance and politics. First 7 don't mean shit unless you actually match it up to the next 2. It's just a fact. You can have the best ideas and solutions in the world, but if the company can't afford it because it's going to hurt their bottom line, then they're never going to do it. So then that just puts more workload on you. These types of tools save you money, 100% save you money. So we're going to just talk about, oh, is there a mic to plug in for the sound off of this? Just question?
Do you have audio coming off the laptop?
Yeah.
It should play.
If not, I can just hold my mic down, I guess. Okay. So we're going to talk about AI-enabled SOC. So chatbots, been around for a bit. A lot of people think that this is full-blown AI. They spend billions of dollars to try and get to the end state, agentic AI, but really all they're getting is this. AI ops, 30% increase, and this is SOC and NOC for 2025. Gen AI is another big increase. This is all Gartner, by the way. This isn't mine. And then agentic AI. I don't know why that's such a hard word for me to say. AAI, how's that? 60%. So mean time to repair is 60% faster if you get to this state. This state, I'm going to be honest, scares the bejeebies out of me, and I'm going to explain why. How many people know what this actually means? Have they ever looked it up? Okay, I'm going to show it to all of you anyway. So let you read. All right, this is the actual definition of it. Again, I didn't make this up. This agency is the part that scares me, right? So you're telling it to go learn whatever you want to learn, whenever you want to learn it, and you come up with your own decisions and interact with everything in my entire infrastructure without my intervention whatsoever. Actually, Skynet's a good one. I went with Vicky from iRobot, because in the actual movie, she actually says, my logic is undeniable, which was to kill all humans, because they're going to eventually kill themselves anyway, based on history, so I might as well just take over the world. This is one of the originals of this. Not having any checks and balances associated to it. I know it's the end state everyone wants to get to, but I'm going to be honest that there has to be checks and balances. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to be in a lot worse place, and Skynet actually might come to fruition. So this is the AI journey, and where are you within it? So this is manual in the 2000s, then you got medium, which takes minutes, and then fast, and then AAI is instant, milliseconds to respond. I'll give you some examples of how that looks. All right, so this is an example of using generative AI in an infrastructure. So my SOC has vast quantities of information about my network. How do I access it efficiently? So you could go into your SIM and take a look at the reports that are automatically done by your SIM. You could go into your log systems and look at your logs and poke around in there and try and get as much information as you can. Or if you're old school like me, you would actually go write a script to go do it, right? Top websites by bandwidth. But where generative AI built into the actual tool sets that you have, you could just go show me and it would do it all for you, okay? One thing about AI that scares me the most, I think, is that AI is going to remove all original thought away from everybody in this room. So no one's going to know how to script later on, and no one's going to know how to do all of that, because it's just going to automatically do that stuff for you. But that's my own personal opinion. So that's a generative AI side. This is a little bit more than generative AI. So what MITRE techniques have been used by this threat actor? So the particular threat actor in this case is Dragonfly. So it gives you a list of all of the different exploits that Dragonfly uses in most infrastructures that are out there today. So we'll show them all, and then, okay, so what blocking actions can I use? And it will go and give you a whole bunch of ways that you can stop these things. So it is, it's somewhat useful. So you don't have to do all the research yourself. It'll go get you all that information. Okay. Is this? Oh. All right. I got to go back. I got to do this. Excuse me. So I'm going to play this. This is when we get to the next level within AI inside of an infrastructure.
AI, can you help me to fully investigate this incident?
Sure, let me start the investigation.
I love the elevator music.
Incident summary. The slowness was due to a Monero miner C2 connection. An attacker used a brute force login to access the server and spread to other endpoints. Recommendations. Quarantine infected systems. 2. Block malicious traffic. 3. Enforce multiple factor authentication. 4. Patch the vulnerable systems.
So it did it automatic, just by saying, can we investigate it? So if we actually look at what it did, investigate an incident associated to this IP address. It looked in through the logs, found a high CPU usage, went into the file backup server, investigation revealed cryptocurrency mining activity, multiple compromised hosts, goes and finds suspicious process going on. There's an external connection. It sees that there's a C2 connection. Here's the endpoints that it's actually talking to. Gives you the IP addresses of those. Notices that the suspicious logins based on brute force attempt, just by telling it to go, all right? But it's pretty cool. Like, it happened pretty fast. Think of in the real world, you try and do this on your own. This will take some time. Again, if we're trying to get to the point of remediation as fast as possible, be able to block things, this is just a good example of where things are going within your SOC. Inside your own infrastructure. Okay? So SOC, you can consume it in multiple ways, right? So you can buy it yourself, own it, train it, learn from it, hire people for it, all those different types of people, stick them all in a team and manage it all on your own, which a lot of organizations do. You can also completely outsource it if you want to, because there are organizations, their whole organization is based on completely outsourcing it, because they have hired the people to do what needs to be done within a full-blown SOC. And we're just talking normal SOC. We're not talking about, tier 1, tier 2 level SOC stuff. This is just normal SOC. Or you can do hybrids. So you can take on a portion of the SOC, outsource the rest to somebody else. You can own the equipment yourself if you want, and then just hire someone to manage it on your behalf. You can hire organizations just to do after hours because you don't have the staff to do 24-hour surveillance. There are a lot of ways to get to an end state of having a SOC. I don't think any organization today can truly handle the security capabilities without having some form of SOC in their environment, whether it's yours or somebody else's. If you don't see it, if you can't see it, you can't protect it. That's just a fact. All right. So I'm going to stop on SOC just for a little bit because I want to get your opinions on stuff. So when I asked everyone who's using ChatGPT and any other AI stuff, and I told you about someone that I know that, you know, he's Shakespeare for the last 2 years because of him using an AI component to write everything for him. There's a lot of security risks associated to that, like a crap load. Because depending on what he's getting them to write about his organization to do the email, it then goes up into a ChatGPT database infrastructure that sits in the cloud that they don't actually see. They have no protection over it, right? Unless they're using some corporate on-prem version of it. It goes up into the cloud. Now everyone else can do searches on that too if they like to. It even comes down and tells you what the source was of the information that you asked for, right? It'll tell you where it came from. So how is everyone in this room protecting your environment against any of your users from using these types of tools in your environment? How are you even seeing them use it? How are you protecting it? Yep, go ahead.
We can't, I'd say it's difficult to prevent, but we try to monitor it by using application level DNS and web monitoring, and we provide a good solution from our corporate perspective. We provide an AI to our staff that is protected in that manner, like that we do have a clear SLA that they do not train on our data, they do not use our data, share our data. So we try to make the safe path, we try to pave the safe path, if you know what I mean?
Awesome.
But yeah, but preventing people from using unauthorized AI is tricky, and they have been doing that for a while, so it's something that we're trying to contain in a way.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's great. How many other people are trying to put solutions in place to protect AI from internal users? How many people are actually training their people on how to use AI correctly? Yes?
Yeah, no, very similar. We'd be using like corporate Google Gemini for the internal usage. We'd be blocking a lot of sites, like you can't get to ChatGPT from our endpoints because it's not an approved tool. And I think the other important part is having a proper policy and onboarding process for new tools, and that people have to get them approved for use before they can use them. But the door is open because otherwise people will go around it. If you make stuff too hard for them, then they'll look for their own ways to do things. That's where the shadow IT stuff comes in.
Absolutely. But when we look at a firewall, so other than application control, right? Firewalls themselves don't really pick this stuff up really well. Here, let me show you. So firewalls can block certain things, but there's certain applications out there that you're not going to see. One, for it happens so fast. Like you can do it based on a website that it goes to, but if they download the app, and there's a lot of apps out there that don't need a website, it's actually on your machine. So it doesn't actually go to the website itself, it actually does a fair amount of the information wherever it is. And how do you do this if they're at home? So they're on a corporate machine, they're at home, they're not VPN'd in, they're doing something. Unless you have an EDR or something like that that's actually protecting it, again, at application control level. So where do you see it? How do you get it? How do you protect it? Because there's more and more of this going to happen. So if you don't get ahead of this now, it is going to bite you hard later. Because there's more and more. There's AI apps coming out every day. So what do you think about a tool that gives you full visibility of any AI app that's out there and where they're going, what they're connecting to, what SaaS apps that they're actually using? But then that same thing, and this isn't, like this stuff is fairly new. Then there's also, how about training? So an actual tool that will actually help you train your staff. So when they do something in any kind of AI app that makes their life easier, that it gives them a scoring rating based on what they're doing, scored against what the corporate policies are as far as data leak prevention and so on. again, I just got this up for informational use so that you guys can see it and put some thought around it. Because I talk to organizations all the time, and they don't think of this stuff at all. Like at all. Like they do an email based on a staff requirement, and they do it in ChatGPT, so it sounds really nice and easy, but they got people's names in there based on payroll or HR requirements or whatever, but they want to make it sound professional, so they have Shakespeare do it for them, and then that sits somewhere. It's not on-prem. It's not there for them. It's up in some cloud that they then copy and paste and pop into an email. This is going to get, like I said, this is going to explode. It's already starting. I mean, I just asked you guys to put up your hands. I'd say half of you are already doing it. So again, how about a tool that allows you to train your staff? So very similar that you did for cybersecurity awareness, right? I mean, most people, I hope, have had their staff trained on cybersecurity awareness. You know, how to read a URL and what to look for and raise flags. I mean, that's part of every cybersecurity plan. But there should be tools out there to help you train people so they understand it. They can run through it like any other kind of test so that you can see it, who's making the mark, who's not, have more conversations, okay? But you're going to see this as part of a SOC somewhere also. So last little bit of information before I go. Summary. So global average cost of a data breach, like I said, global average cost, 4.4 million US. In the US, it's 10.22 million. US, especially under the person that's there now. Yeah, never say his name. Right? Because of the cutback on everything cybersecurity in the United States, it's actually gotten more. Global average cost of a breach is actually seeing its first decline in 5 years. So it declined about 9%. And a lot of that's because of automation and AI. Mostly automation, because AI hasn't really taken over in the SOC yet, or data center. Healthcare is the #1 thing. They spend the most if there's a breach, by far. I think they're roughly around 30 to 35% more than any other organization that's out there paying money to get their stuff back. Because again, it affects people's lives. And us in Newfoundland have definitely felt this. Personal information identifiers, you know, is the most frequently compromised data type in 2025, but intellectual property was the highest cost to recover. And this is the one, if you don't get anything else out of anything I've said, this is the one thing I want to make sure. Organizations with understaffed cybersecurity divisions pay almost $2 million, $1.6 million, more than any other organization that has adequate staffing. And this piece is the piece that I go and talk about to all senior leadership in every organization I talk to. When they talk about, you know, oh, it's a soft cost, you know, if we don't have a breach, then I just spent all that money for nothing. It only takes one. If it's going to cost you $10 million every time you have a breach, well, that pays for a lot of salaries for a lot of years. And at least then you know that you're protected, okay? Anyway, that's it. Any questions from anybody? Yep. Oh, that? I was waiting for someone to ask that. So I didn't want my company's logo to show up everywhere, so I just took my dog's picture. And that's a toy, by the way. She carries it around in her mouth like that. Best $3 I've ever spent in my entire life. Yeah. I was wondering who was going to notice that. I just wanted to cover up the logo. So I put my dog in it. Yep.
Does the dog ever show up in meetings and you can't stop cracking up? Does the dog show up?
No, not anymore. my office, we all work from home. You know, people from Fortinet. We have offices in key centers. So we have a research and development office in Ottawa. We have 4 buildings there now. We have 11 or 12 in Vancouver. We have a new one in Calgary. But the rest of us all work from home. So my office is the upstairs of my garage. So I get up in the morning, I kiss my wife goodbye, and I walk over to my detached garage, and I go upstairs and work. Yeah. The only time she sees me when I come in for phone or the bathroom. Other than that, I don't see her all day. And sometimes all night. So she'll actually call me sometimes. Are you still alive out there? Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
You showed a demonstration of an agentic AI doing an analysis of a security incident.
Yeah.
How do you ensure you can give that AI enough permission and access to those systems that it can do an analysis without also giving it to the tools to cause havoc if it makes a mistake?
Okay, so this in particular case, I just use it as an example. Okay, the company I work for actually makes a product that overlays on the entire fabric inside Fortinet, and I use that tool, which is actually tied into the overall fabric if you have it. It only has permissions based on the security permissions of the devices that are ours, including the logging capability and everything else, and only certain people, because we do multi-level access associated to it, also two-factor, everything else that you want with it, that it only has, those people are the only ones that can actually ask it to do something. Okay, great question. Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about Gen AI and how we can block it with Fortinet. What about users who are just going to be scanning, like when they're taking a picture of the code and having it on their phone? Is there anything to that other than like just awareness and training?
Oh, I wish we were doing this in October. So, can we turn off the web? There's stuff coming out that it's a firewall specific for AI capabilities, that it's everything to do with AI, to give you full visibility, full policy base, full interaction, full everything. If it sees it, you put it kind of before everything in your infrastructure, and it will notify you on anything that's AI in your entire infrastructure, who it's coming from, what they're doing, what application they're doing, what database they try to get to, ties into DLP, the whole gamut, so that you can see it. Also won't allow them to actually put stuff on if it's not a corporate machine. And you can put rules around that too, the same as any other DLP. Is that cool? Answer your question? Anyone else? Anybody? No? Okay. If you do have questions and you don't want to ask it, I'll be out by the bar for the rest of the day. All right? And come see me. Love to talk to you about it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to take a break until about, what was it, 3:20? Yeah, 3:20.
Like my dog?
Yes, that was awesome.
I was waiting to see if someone would see that.
Yeah.
That worked out perfect.
It did. Opportunity to talk about it. Oh, yeah.
Hey, how are you?
I'm next. Hold on.
Oh, thank you.
Who are you with?
Bryce Waterhouse. I'm one of 6 people in Newfoundland. Actually 5, we lost one. One went back to industry.
Yeah, I moved back here 4 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Originally from here and moved away for a while.
Yeah, it seems to be a pattern. My wife dragged me back, so.
I had to drag my wife back. So.
And how's she liking it?
She's loving it. She's loving it. I moved back because of my family, right? My dad got sick and my mom, so I said, let's get back while we can. You know, have those experiences with our families again, because we're gone for 26 years.
Yeah.
So let me get some memories with my dad again, take him fishing, all that stuff. So.
Yeah.
I never know. That's why I never use corporate stuff. I always build it myself. So I say, what's the message I want to get across? And then I work backwards. Well, good luck.
Thanks. Hey.
Hey, Chris Parsons. Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you too.
So, where are you from?
Originally from Saskatchewan.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't recognize the name.
Yeah, I married in.
Sweet.
I married in.
That's awesome. It's your first B-sides?
First one here. Yeah. Yeah. No, you guys are, it's well organized. You guys are, yeah.
It's been going for a while.
Yeah.
I've been involved in it since 2016. It's on the slide. 2009 or 2011 or something like that was the first one, so it's been going on for a while. Oh no, 2009 was the original. 2011.
Okay, so I wasn't aware of the history. I remember,
B-side started in Vegas.
Yeah, started in Vegas. I remember somebody I know, Shelley Ginsbrecht, was all over that time. Yeah. So the best presentation.
We try really hard. Steer clear of all of this stuff. Occasionally one gets in because it sounds good for but like we try really hard to at the very least but ideally not really about vendors, just kind of about concepts, methods, like we covered up this company stuff. It's not bad.
Yeah, I wasn't even allowed to put mine in the presentation. The company wouldn't let me. Because we have our audit arm is so risk management side is so tight on our brand. Our audit arm is like that. Then they want to know who everybody is here, who not customers, forget it. And then they want you guys to sign something, waiver. I'm like, no. Take a logo off.
You are representing yourself?
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, so that's great. So what do you do for work? Yeah. MP, what do you guys consult?
I'm the pre-sales solutions architecture
Well, let me get set up here and then see if there's...
Sure, man. You still got a couple minutes. But,
yeah, I think don't start until 20 after.
So basically, I'm going to give away a couple of something, and then I'll just introduce you.
Great.
And feel free to take questions. We do have mics that we can go around with.
Yep.
Ask questions. Yep. Except I'm too late on leaving at you, but
No, it shouldn't be a problem. Mine can run, this one can run long sometimes, but I can cut out a bunch of stuff. So I really distill it down.
Yeah, I think it's really
good. Good to meet you. Here, Robert, you're the one to get up the ticket. How are you?
Yeah, well, I got him a ticket, and then he became the speaker, so I'll kind of nullify his original ticket. So.
Yeah. Well, then I ran into someone from Newfoundland Power that didn't have a ticket on the way in. It's like, perfect. Yeah. It's a lot bigger actually than I thought it would be. Substantial now.
Yep. Well, the thing is, we could take more if we had a bigger venue for it, which honestly we need to. And the heat again. Like I'm dying. Yeah. I'm wondering if the hall ends open.
When did you want to bring the monitor over so we could wrap it up?
Oh, after the last fun one.
Love the time.
Ladder. Sound like rockets.
Crazy glue. So can we take over the back? It won't be hard to stump feet. Not you, me. You already know I'm done. Not when I'm present. I always like to finish on the people. Lyndon or Lyndon? Lyndon? John, nice to meet you. I was just reading the spelling. It says L-Y-D-O-N. It's actually and who you with? Which one? Where are you based out? Hey, making the godsend. You can work from home. Everybody's starting to be pulled back from the office. It's nice when that actually have office. Yeah, we have an office there. I could go to curious to hear what you're going to talk about being in the cloud. Yeah, and I'm far from a cloud expert, so I'm an OT expert. So, OT expert? Well done then. I'm the sales guy. I'm the sales guy. Big emphasis with Spanish around I live in I'm one of the old dogs now. I'm an odd year. Thinking of I started right at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. Yeah, so back then we probably were a staff of, let's say, 50 across Canada, 160. So we're expanding more this year. Let me know, like, probably to the now you want to talk to those based in Toronto. You want to get these into our lab. We want to get into our lab. We want to get well, you sure. So come by our booth. We're ready to roll in if you come. You'll see it. Okay, really bright orange one? Yeah, the one that says Palo on it? Yeah. Yeah, I'll pass you a card. Okay, thanks. Don't worry, I won't be heckling you too hard. I just cleared my throat. I'd be happy if anybody says anything.
The worst thing is when there's nobody says anything. Oh, is this? Oh.
The new one's got no earpiece. It rolls in. It's 25 dollars. You never had. Have you met over? He wants double what they're like. It's going to be 25 over what the price is. Yeah.
Because I've owned them for a little while.
Those have that.
Just low latency on there. It's only for newer iOS devices. The iPhone 17 which is not routine to other protocol. Take some videos and it's really good.
I've been here anyway, so don't have to. I think those have capabilities.
Oh, they're only in the US though.
Pros 3 has, yeah, Pros 2 have them. I use them, and they work good. Even though they're available in the US, you can actually get around it by importing it into a file. That's what I did. You can't depend them because the government that aspect. They didn't feature on it. Yeah.
The wife never hears me.
I had it here. That's what Mrs. said to her. Said to body.
I got a letter from my doctor. can't hear my voice. It's a hard voice. If I can't hear in this 4 to 5 day zone, and they said 5% different background noise. Okay, but I cannot hear you because I have medical reasons. I can hear everybody else, but not you. For every guy in the world, thank you. If you don't be quiet, you're going to have like 50%. SE Gen 2. I'm going to set it up probably tonight. Probably still use the Fitbit tomorrow. Me and Mike were chatting about this. Podium standard, or you walk? Chatting with one the other day, and I was like, she doesn't have a watch. Something happens, I just don't content dying on the side of the road. Actually, you're watching cop right there. I'm still rocking my 14.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to draw for a couple more air tags. And I hope these people are here. Six 615. Six 615. You want to wave at me if you got it? No?
You're reading it wrong. 617.
Not quite. Six 528. Oh, you. Six 493. Sweet. Okay, and next up we have Lyndon Hall on OT in the cloud. Take it away.
All right. Am I live? Test.
Microphone, please.
Oh, this one here is attached to me. He's just looking at it. All right. Okay. Hello. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Hi, folks. My name is Lyndon Hall. I work at PricewaterhouseCoopers. I'm a senior manager there, and I'm actually an OT specialist. Like most other people that have stood up here, I've been at this for a while, 25 years. I'd like to say that, that I'm counting down rather than counting up at that stage. And I'm originally from Saskatchewan, moved here a year ago. Like many people from Saskatchewan, I moved to Alberta and then married a Newfoundlander and then ended up here. I never thought that day 16 years ago that I summoned the courage to go talk to that young woman that it would land me here today. But here we are. Okay, so let's get going here. Intros. Okay, so OT in the cloud. So this topic started as a labor of questioning, not so much love, but I was just wondering why this was a problem, why we couldn't do it. And it started quite a few years ago. And I've been working on it since then. And I actually turned it into my master's thesis at one point. And so I have so much information on this that it's sickening. But OT in the cloud, almost nobody anywhere is doing this. So we'll talk about OT for those that aren't familiar with it. We'll do a quick primer on it. But there are some exceptions to OT not being in the cloud. Building management systems, they're cloud loving. They have SaaS services. I'm not talking about them. Okay? I'm talking about the highly critical systems. And there are remote operations where redundant data centers are not feasible. So they use the cloud as a secondary data center. In all of Canada, I know of one company doing that. I was talking to somebody in the US who was a SIP senior manager, so she has very good ties into OT across the country, and she knows of 3 down in the States. Nobody's doing it. Okay. And so I started to ask, why not? Okay. So I'll do a quick primer on OT here. This is fast. This is the 2-minute session on OT. OT, its primary purpose is to monitor or interact with the physical world in some way. So I'm talking pipelines, so that the computers that run pipelines, electrical systems, mining operations, railway, air traffic control, building management systems, of course, which I mentioned, but they're out of scope of this discussion. Autonomous vehicles, there's a pile of them. Okay, OT is not IT. There's shared technology. OT is especially not IT. And there's almost always a difference in governance and a difference in who OT reports to within an organization. Very rarely do they report into a CIO. They usually report into a chief operating officer. Okay. And next one, OT is not IoT. They overlap. IoT also overlaps with IT. They're different categories of things. Okay. It seemed for a while that before we got onto AI and everyone was using AI as the buzzword, that it seemed to be OT, IoT for quite a while there. But we don't hear it as much anymore. Okay. Just a few of the differences here. OT prioritizes resilience and safety. IT prioritizes confidentiality and integrity, or tends to. So when I say resilience, what that means, of course, is availability. In OT, availability is king. We only really care about integrity of data or integrity of systems in OT because that will also impact availability. And confidentiality, unless there's a regulatory constraint to maintain confidentiality, we generally don't care at all. You can take OT data and put it on Pastebin tomorrow and it would have no impact if it's not regulated data, okay? So it's very different. And these systems have been around for a long time in many cases. I remember a couple of years ago I was talking to someone in Western Canada, and she was saying, oh yeah, I remember I installed that system. It was an OT system, an RTU. I remember I installed that 2 weeks before I got married. Oh, and when did you get married? 1994, still functioning, okay? And fine, no plan to replace it, okay? And just on that note, in IT, we build firewalls and we patch, and that's just sort of a summary. In OT, we build big firewalls, highly restrictive, and we try to patch. Sometimes we can, most of the time we can't. Okay, and finally, there's the Colonial Pipeline issue. What happened in Colonial in 2021, if you're familiar with that attack, they were shut down. But their OT systems were actually not directly impacted. There was IT systems that the OT systems relied upon, and they could no longer schedule product in the pipeline, and so they ceased operation. So there's a bit of crossover into the IT world when there's dependencies, and those dependencies aren't always related to data. Sometimes they're business process like that. Okay? Suncor, when they got hit, their OT systems all withstood, from what I understand. But they were essentially signing IOUs with their partners for moving their product because they couldn't get their accounting systems. Their accounting systems were all down. Can't sell anything, can't record what you're selling and buying, right? Okay. Now there's two types of OT systems. There's latency, or I group them into two, and this is me, not the industry or not anybody else. There's latency sensitive and not non-latency sensitive OT. So the latency sensitive OT, this is stuff directly related to control of the physical world. And it requires very short response, less than 10 milliseconds typically. And the kind of technology you see here are PLCs, RTUs, variable frequency drives, and that kind of thing. And then there's non-latency sensitive OT, and this is the other side. This is more of supporting technology that helps the stuff on the left. And here you find a lot of stuff that you find in IT. You have domain controllers, SCCM, file servers. And you find, this is also where you tend to find SCADA, which is supervisory control and data acquisition. It sits a level above control. It has some control capabilities, but it's not down at the ground doing actually interfacing with the world. And I can't do an OT presentation without talking about the Purdue model. Levels 0 to 2 here, that tends to be the latency sensitive stuff. Okay. 2 tends to be a little bit more in the not latency sensitive. Okay. And up. Makes sense? So level 4 enterprise network, and then we go down to the physical process. There's a problem with this slide, or something I disagree with. I wouldn't say it's a problem. There's something I disagree with in this. I stole this slide from a vendor webpage. And that is, I say OT goes all the way up to level 3.5. Okay? Okay, so here's the question. In OT, frequently you have control rooms that are far away from the process anyway. Oil and gas pipelines can be 500 miles away from what they're controlling. The control rooms can be. Electrical grid, think about that. You have a control room, and it could be, again, on the far side of the island, right? It could be out on the west coast, what it's controlling. So if you can do that, why can't you move this stuff to the cloud? And I get right to the point here. It's not okay to put latency-sensitive systems in any cloud. PLCs, RTUs, process control needs to be local. This is what I found. This is the findings right up front. You just can't do it. You cannot put those latency-sensitive systems in. That makes sense. They're controlling the physical world. They need to be where they're doing that control, okay? Now, it is not okay to put any OT in the public cloud, period. You cannot put OT in the public cloud. This is what I found. And that's because of cross-tenant attacks in cloud and too many concerns with that, okay? And then finally, the one thing you might be able to do is you might be able to put one half of a redundant SCADA system or other OT assets that are not latency sensitive to the private cloud. And that's pretty restrictive at that point. And you gotta remember these systems have been around for decades, right? So it's not like they're turning over. There's no opportunity for a new one coming in to be like, let's put this one in the cloud. It just doesn't happen a lot. And so it's generally not worth the cost or risk to move them. So that's why you don't find them in the cloud. Okay, cloud computing, we're all familiar with this one. Shared responsibility model. Platform as a service, software as a service, no good for critical infrastructure, OT. Too much influence from the provider, the orange boxes. They have too much influence and too much control and could knock something out. Infrastructure service is a little bit more reasonable. So let's get into the risk assessment here. So this is our typical, this should give everyone the warm and fuzzies in the cybersecurity room. We have our risk heat map, impact on the horizontal axis, likelihood on the vertical. Looks so good. And we plot some stuff on there. It may end up over in the orange there, even though it's never happened, but that's okay. And sorry, just making a joke there. We do often find that happens, right? Now we have to adjust what we're doing. But yeah, so that's our typical approach. Now, what happens is, after 9/11, and during the 9/11 hearings, Condoleezza Rice got in front of Congress, and she said that the problem was a failure of imagination. So we weren't looking forward enough. We were looking at what had happened in the past. We weren't looking at threat actor behavior. They weren't doing threat intelligence. That's what the problem was. So a reasoning threat actor does not come into an environment and behave like another device that's failing, right? OT is used to, this device will fail every 3-4 years. We know that. That doesn't work with threat actors. They survey the environment, find the weakest link, and then they attack. So what I've found repeatedly when working with plants and facilities and engineers is that they absolutely despise our heat maps. They don't like the guesses at our likelihoods. They don't like what they call guesses. They're used to SIL levels. They're used to mean time between failure. They know exactly when things are going to fail or when they should fail. And then they can base their entire design off of that. When you throw something into the loop like a reasoning threat actor who may or may not do something, and then if you change it, they might do something else, that they don't like that. And I'm an engineer, and I get it, because they really drill us into us to try and make things predictable and follow some kind of model. And so that's where cyber process hazard assessment comes in. This was introduced to me actually by a client a few years ago. And what it does, it takes likelihood directly right out of the equation. You go, well, how do you calculate risk without likelihood? You just do. The question is, another question would be, how are you calculating risk when you're guessing at the likelihood, right? If it's a guess or it's just absent, does it make a difference? And to these folks, they'd rather not see the likelihood. What they want to know is the cyber event possible? And are we meeting industry good practices to prevent it? That's a very engineering approach. Is this possible that this can happen? Are we taking regular putting in regular controls that everyone else would do to stop that from happening. Okay? Very simple. So this is an OT risk assessment model that was put together by Clint Budungen. I worked with him quite a few years ago, and he put together this and is very much based on that idea that there's no likelihood calculation, and it's specifically for OT. It's broken into 3 phases, and he's basing his observations off a bunch of standards, which he's posted on the right there. And there's an entire book on this. It's one of my favorite books. You can look it up. You can just Amazon Clint Budungen. Okay. So let's take this risk assessment and let's apply it to an actual operation. I chose an open pit mine operation. I've actually never been to any of the open pit mine operations here. I've been to a lot of open pit mines, but not to any here. But they have a lot of systems, and you can read them here. These are systems that require OT in order to work. Okay? Fleet management, slope stability radar to make sure that the mine doesn't collapse. Okay? Lots of neat stuff. Crushers, conveyor belts, thickeners, leaching. They use cyanide leaching to get gold out. Okay. So this mining operation has 24/7 operations. There's an operational failure, and it causes $10,000 an hour in losses. And they know that. When you go talk to these guys, they'll tell you exactly how much a failure will cost them per hour. Okay. So an impact over 7 days is $16.8 million. And that would be what I would say if somebody's hit by ransomware, and I've been through a couple of ransomware responses, big ones, like Eastern Health size, and 7 days you'll be very lucky to get through it at that time, right? Mostly, it's more on the order of months before you're fully recovered. Okay, so anyway, so 16.8 million a week. Okay. Now, catastrophic failure is something that also comes up sometimes in OT, and it's more of science fiction than anything. You can make things explode. There was some folks down at Idaho National Laboratories many years ago, Michael Asante, he made a generator tear itself apart by taking the phase in and out of it as it was on a makeshift, I was on a test grid, tore itself apart from the inside because of the magnetism. But these are exceptionally rare, and they generally have an underlying safety issue. There's something wrong with the engineering. There's something wrong with the safety systems that are the physical safety systems that are supposed to stop that kind of catastrophic failure. So we're not even going to talk about that. Catastrophic failure it's not worth discussing, okay? As a reasonable impact. I've tried with different clients too. At one mine, actually, they have something called a thickener, that's used to separate solids from liquids. And there's a big sort of arm that rotates in this thickener. And you can do something to make that liquid thicker, and then possibly rip that motor off of the moorings that's holding it down, right? And send it flying across the plant. We really dug into that. Is that even really possible? And the answer came back was a resounding no, right? If it was possible, we'd be more worried. We'd be worried about it in 1,000 different ways. We wouldn't be worried about a cyber impact causing that. Okay. So mine data flow diagram. This is our network. Corporate network, mill OT network, mine OT network. Mines come in 2 pieces. There's a mine where they pull the material out, and there's a mill where they process it. And every single time I've come across this setup where they try and firewall the mill from the mine, they operate on a single domain, and they've opened up all the Windows ports between, so it's essentially one security zone between the two anyway. And they're not running any kind of IDS or IPS between the two, or if they are, they're not watching it. So this is a pretty common setup, just so you know what it would look like. These firewalls here, by the way, for those not familiar with OT, be highly restrictive ideally. They don't allow anything in or out unless it's specifically required. Okay? In or out, egress or ingress. Risk pre-screening. So let's just take a look at this, what we've talked about so far. There's some things that are in, some things that are out right off the bat. There's no point in doing, considering cloud deployment for safety systems, latency sensitive systems, or control room systems. And there is not much point in talking about platform as a service and software as a service. So what do we have left to actually do a risk assessment on? SCADA, historians, domain controllers, supporting systems. These are the IT-ish systems within OT. Okay. That's what we have left to do an actual assessment on. Stage 2, any regulatory concerns? So right off the bat, do we have to hit any regulations? And the answer is, for a mine in Canada, no. Okay. There are some here, but none of them apply to a mine, and actually none of them apply in Newfoundland, period. There are no OT regulations that apply in this province from a cyber perspective. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Does that include those any that are federally regulated?
Yes, that includes the CSA stuff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's the one that would be interesting is Z246, which is oil and gas, but it's for terrestrial only, not for offshore. Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at our vulnerability assessment. I used the 882 vulnerabilities. This is the equivalent of 853 for the OT world. And a lot of people ask me why I didn't use MITRE, and it's because I didn't need to. MITRE got their vulnerabilities from 882. So there's a few here that we're going to test, just so you get the idea. A few things to look at. Okay, and we're going to get into threat and attack assessment. I forget who it was earlier today. It says how much they love threat modeling and attack modeling. I love it too. And there's some big mistakes that people get into when doing this. And the biggest one is that it gets turned into water cooler talk, where you sit around and talk about all the threat actors in the world. Waste of time, right? All the things that might happen that could or could not be applicable to you. It's fun, right? It makes for good coffee conversation, but it doesn't actually get you anywhere it doesn't actually move you forward. And the other one is data-centric threat modeling, where you say, oh, we have our PII, or we have our some kind of critical data in an OT environment, which doesn't really happen, and then we're going to try and protect that data. Well, they have to go through the software to get to the data, or the system to get to the data, so why don't we just start at the software of the system instead of starting a layer down? There's no vulnerabilities in the data to look at. It's just there, right? Then we build attack trees. I built a few of them here. So this is the availability attack tree. I split them into CI and A to make it a little bit more so you can actually see what they do. Otherwise, it's huge, right? I need a plotter to print it out. And then I zoomed in here. So these are some of the availability threat risk scenarios that actually are possible for OT in the cloud. General attack on the cloud provider, so a large attack that hits everybody. Cross-tenant denial of service, cloud connection failures, network congestion. PLCs too distant from the actuators and sensors. That one we already know that has to stay on premises. Cloud connection failure and accidental device shutdown. About 2/3. I mean, these statistics are terrible. Most of the statistics we get are terrible because the data behind them is sketchy. But it seems to be that about 2/3 of OT cybersecurity incidents are internal accidental. Right? These aren't malicious attacks. They're someone trying to do their job faster or taking a shortcut or not paying attention. So that accidental device shutdown is actually quite common. Okay, and we get into integrity. What will cause a system shutdown? And there's a few here. And there's ICS networks used for non-ICS traffic or vice versa. So or ICS, and by the way, ICS means OT, are not within the network. Okay, security breach of enterprise network, and that means that there's a breach coming through the enterprise network into OT. Insecure architecture allowed to evolve because of how fast and how easy it is to make changes in the cloud. Everything's software based, so you can make changes really, really quickly. Okay. And attack through the perimeter, and then accidental misconfigurations. Okay. And confidentiality, no impact. Couldn't find anything. Okay. Cloud availability SLAs. So also have to kind of wonder what does AWS and AWS and Microsoft put forward for their availabilities, and they're somewhere between 99.9 and 99.99%, which is realistically what the same or better than what you could do on premises. So this isn't a concern when we're doing a risk assessment on cloud. Same as on premises, doesn't matter. Okay. Now, the remote nature of Newfoundland does not significantly change the cloud availability concern. I went and did some research and tried to figure out if it would be different here, because we have 3 connections to the mainland, 3 major network connections to the mainland, and 1 through Iceland, Greenland, to Europe. And the answer is, when you take a look at it, the risk of failure, of any circuit failure, regardless if it's those 4 or the one leading out of your buildings, it doesn't really change much on the probability side. It's about the same. Okay. Stage 3, we actually get into risk calculations and management. Now this is interesting. How do we do this without likelihood? Now this is what happens when you listen to university people. They don't call them kill chains, they call them Petri nets because they're academics. And Petri nets was the original name. So this is what we do. This is exactly what I was talking about. We look and say, is this possible? Do we have our necessary controls or industry best practice controls to prevent that thing from happening, step by step all the way through? Okay. And then you determine, see that threat source is on the left here and their goal is on the right. Okay. Go through various steps to determine how to get there. And then the answer is, if they can get there, or if you don't have industry good practices on each of those black lines, then your recommendations become to implement those, right? Implement those good practices to stop it from reasonably happening. Okay. So there's 3 risk treatments identified to deal with some of the issues we were talking about. We have triple redundant connections to the cloud, but that doesn't fix latency, jitter, routing convergence issues. We can deploy to the private cloud. It mitigates cross-tenant attacks, but it's expensive. Or we can do redundant systems on premises, firewalled from the cloud. And this is actually how SCADA works anyways. There's a primary and a secondary, almost always. And you can take one and put it in the cloud. That's what this one company in Canada, the one I know about, does. They actually have their primary in the cloud and their secondaries on premises. But they also had a new build. How often does that happen? So that's when they implemented it 8 years ago, because they had a new build. They were able to do this. Okay? They weren't dealing with legacy systems and old ways of thinking. So again, this is where we ended up with our conclusions. Latency sensitive assets can't be moved to the cloud. No OT assets can be moved to the public cloud. Non-latency sensitive OT assets can be moved to a private cloud. And certain OT assets can be moved to a private cloud if they are 1/2 of a redundant system. This was the first time I ran through all this and I did the research. It was a bit heartbreaking because my hypothesis was not proven. I was hoping that I could find a way that we could reasonably put OT into the cloud. And it turns out that I'm not that smart and there was good reasons not to do it. I just hadn't found them yet. So some additional consideration, there's the aggregate risk of OT in the cloud. So if everybody puts their OT in Azure, and we're talking about lots of critical infrastructure in Azure, that's a single target for someone to hit, right? So that's definitely an additional consideration as we go down the road. At some point, we're going to start seeing more of this. We're going to start seeing more of half of OT systems in the cloud. You know, they're redundant half. And it's going to introduce risk. But as long as it's just that half, and they still have a primary on premises or a secondary on premises where they can fail over, not so bad, right? Thanks. So that's it. Any questions? It's a bit of a whirlwind, but yeah.
Possibly off topic, but have you done anything with putting digital twins in the cloud?
We have, to a certain degree. It's a lot of the equipment that's in OT, you can't, finding a virtualized PLC that operates and behaves the same as one on premises where you have to mimic latency and jitter in the cloud is quite difficult. But it is effective for SCADA level and higher, right? That digital twin. Mm-hmm. Okay, any other questions? All right, thanks folks, appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Lyndon. We'll be back at 4:30 for the last talk of the day. Yes, thank you. Good job, man. Yep, thanks.
until you talk to us.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I like talking.
Like talking?
Like talking about tech talking, you know.
That's it, man. You don't get to where you are by not saying a word, right?
Well, yeah, so Dan.
Yeah, maybe. Get to
So
where
talk
I am.
Shipley every once in a while, or what?
Oh, yeah. We go for lunch every now and again.
Nice.
Still
He's
a
doing
little-
good?
Yeah, he's doing
Got
good.
lots of crap on LinkedIn or Facebook or wherever the hell I see it.
Oh, yeah, he's on big on the LinkedIn lately.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of travel and stuff. So.
First, man, I was such a fucking idiot last year. I went to DEF CON, and it's like, I was thinking, I was like, wait, this is where B-Side started. It's just like, oh, I could have went. It's like, I'm such an idiot. I should have totally, like, I could have went to B-Sides and DEF CON at the same time. But I thought about it too late. But, I don't know, 2.5 days of DEF CON was enough though, man. Holy crap.
I heard it. I always heard it's quite a party.
Man, you gotta, like, take a 1 hour walk through the building just to fucking register. It's crazy. Talk to you after.
Never been, yeah. All right, I'll talk to you after.
Yeah, we actually got 0 seconds. The other thing was is they put it on if not waiting. That was it. We just on a different note. 0 seconds. I find that it was scary.
Last one of the day.
Are you going to be at the podium? Are you walking around?
I tend to walk a little bit.
You people and your walking, tie you down.
It's just because I'm short. Right?
It's all good.
Podium's like here, so.
So we'll put the lav on, yeah? If that's cool with you.
A few minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. So when the time comes, I'll come back up. Great. And otherwise, HDMI's there for you.
Just curious, is there any other lighting like right here?
Not really. Unfortunately, we can move the podium a bit if you want.
It's okay. So I'm just doing you're going to see it here in a second because I'm testing it. There we go.
Okay.
So I'm doing a deep fake of Bradley Cooper, as you can see.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's pretty good.
So it's just, I want to make sure I get the light.
Right.
So.
Yeah. But yeah, that's this room is notoriously bad for lighting.
Okay.
So
that's okay.
Sorry about that.
I think it'll be all
but
right.
it seemed like it was working okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's crystal clear. The only thing is, right now, the resolution on my webcam is shit. I don't know why. It was good before, but yeah, it's all right. The lighting here is good.
That's probably part of it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so whenever you're ready, connect it up, and I'll be back up to put the mic on you, and yeah.
Great.
That'll be great. Okay, perfect. Yep.
Okay, so our friends at TELUS did a draw And the winner is Sharon Hall. So can you come up and get your prize?
Mic's off. I mean, it's on, but it's muted on my end. So I'll unmute it when the time comes for you to start talking. So you can drop that in a pocket. Whatever's easiest. And I'll just kind of put it there-ish. That should be all right. Okay.
Do we have a clicker?
Yeah, there is a clicker. Can I get to the dongle? Otherwise, no, I'll just go grab another one.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Is that forward and back? Yeah.
Yep. Let's make sure she works. It will pop up on the screens, so you know. Oh no, you don't have it plugged in yet, so that's fine. Yeah. Great.
Good. Awesome. Thank you very
Awesome.
much.
Yep.
Just so you know, I've got some audio too.
Yeah.
A decent amount of audio. So.
Okay. So can we plug in the HDMI? Is that cool?
Yeah.
Right now, just to make sure that the because some computers do it, some don't. And let's just do a quick test. Can we go to one of the slides?
I want to show it here. Can I just do this?
Yeah.
I'll just make a ding.
Yeah, so it's recording. Yeah. Okay. So it should work fine with the camera.
Okay. Great. Awesome.
Great. So if you want to disconnect the HDMI now, you can. If you want to keep it secret until.
I'll just leave the title on there.
All right. Perfect. All right. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we're going to do some draws, but before I start drawing names, I have a prize announcement. So Arista Networking drew for their solo stove, and the winner is Gerard Barrington from Munn. Congratulations, Gerard. He still wins. They have his information. Okay. Actually, John, do you want to do yours first, and then I'll do the other stuff?
We're drawing the blue tickets.
No, yellow tickets.
We're drawing for the blue tickets. And what we're giving away is the monitor that was on our station there. So it's a 27-inch Acer monitor. I'm not all that good at repacking, but it was bought today. The number is 625-618. You got to be here to win. Going once, going twice, going three. Let's draw again. 618. Oh, right up there. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get here, and you're done. 1, 2. No, he stopped.
Oh, John, give me. John, I need the ticket.
You need the ticket back.
Okay, now we're going to draw for another $50 Amazon card. 625-613.
What was it again?
625-613. Anyone? Nope. You're welcome. 625-445. Oh. Nancy? 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 Amazon gift card. If you just give your email address to Nancy there. Okay, and before our last talk, we're going to draw for the Samsung Galaxy Watch 7. 625-481. Oh.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, so for our last talk of the day, a talk that I'm really looking forward to, we have Mr. Ian McMillan. Take it away.
Great. Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Is this thing on? Yeah.
No? No? How about now? Oh, there we go. Now I can hear myself. All right, good. Great. Okay, so I'm doing a talk called Face Value. It's a little bit noisy. I'm going to move it down. There we go. Face Value, the reality of deepfakes and AI manipulation. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself, and then I'll talk a little bit about this talk, and we'll kind of jump into it. So my name is Ian McMillan. I'm a senior manager in the cybersecurity consulting practice at MNP Digital. I'm based in Fredericton, New Brunswick. This is the best B-Sides, hands down, that I've ever been to. It's an awesome event, so happy that you guys are all here because I come every year and I love it. It's phenomenal. My background, I started as a software developer, so I'm technical originally, and I've worked at the University of New Brunswick in IT services, so I have some higher ed experience. I was a QRadar developer, but don't hold that against me. Okay, I didn't build all of it. You can blame me for the log source management app because I did build that. But and then I co-founded Bowstrong Security a few years ago. You might be familiar with that. So I'm a co-founder there, helped build that platform and scale that company up. Still involved a little bit with Bowstrong Security. But now I work in consulting, so I'm a PCI QSA, do a lot of PCI assessments. Again, somehow managed to be everybody's least favorite person, no matter what job I work in. And I also do other cybersecurity consulting stuff. So I run our security awareness practice nationally. I do some ISO 27001 stuff, risk assessments, stuff like that. So this presentation, so I called this Face Value, A, because there's a pun, and I love puns. And B, because this isn't going to be like a real technical deep dive on AI models or anything like that. This is actually going to be more of a showcase and demonstration of what deepfakes are now in 2025. So I have a bunch of examples. I've got a timeline that kind of shows the progression of deepfakes over the last couple of years with tangible, real examples. And then towards the end, I'm actually going to do a live demo, hopefully. So that's a little bit about what you can expect in this talk. So a little bit about MMP. So we're a Canadian born and bred firm. We have offices all over Canada. It stands for Myers, Norris, and Penny, in case anybody was wondering. Originally an accounting firm. I'm actually part of the MMP Digital, which is a subsidiary brand, and we have about 500 employees across Canada. We're a full-service IT professional services firm. So we do digital advisory and application development and cloud migrations and cybersecurity and privacy and all kinds of really great stuff. Actually, some of you in here are my clients too. I see a couple people that I recognize, so yeah. So what are deepfakes? So deepfakes are AI-generated or altered content like audio, video, images, text that are powered by deep learning models. So we hear a lot of these terms nowadays: AI, deepfakes, deep learning models, LLMs. They're typically used to manipulate faces, voices, behavior, and some of the things I'm going to show you today kind of showcase exactly what that looks like when it's applied in the real world. Deepfakes use what we call generative adversarial networks. So they consist of two neural networks, essentially, that compete against each other. So a generator creates synthetic data like images, audio, or video that's designed to look real, usually based on a source. So you essentially are feeding source content into that. And then the discriminator uses comparable source content to evaluate the inputs and then decide whether or not they're real from a training data set, or that based on what's provided from the generator. So the idea is we train models using generative adversarial networks. They're trained against each other to determine, the generator's attempting to create content that can be identified as real by the discriminator. So once the generator is actually able to generate content that the discriminator cannot discriminate as not real or fake, the model has been trained successfully. And then these models get applied in various tools, like deepfake tools, like the one I'm going to demo later on, to actually apply that deepfake and make that happen. So essentially, once you have that model trained and you're able to apply that, you can take a piece of source content, like a video, and then another piece of source content, like an image, and say, put this image in this video, so something like a face, for example, or change a vehicle, or make someone say something that they didn't originally say in that original piece of content. And the model will do that effectively based on how well it's been trained. We've seen a rise in deepfakes over the last 10 years or so. So 2014 is when the term generative adversarial networks was actually coined by a gentleman of the name of Ian Goodfellow. Good name. And he is, that was a joke that did not land. My name is also Ian, in case anybody didn't catch that. So he kind of talked about this concept of generative adversarial networks and how they could be used. The CISA actually put a thing out about it, about how they're going to be the end of the world and we're all screwed because they're going to be social engineered. They're going to be used for social engineering all over the place. 2017 is where the public kind of uptake on deepfakes really took effect. Now I actually have examples for all of these except for the 2017 example, because it is deepfake porn, and I didn't really think it would be great to show that at this conference. So in 2017, there was a photo that was circulating on Reddit of Gal Gadot, who's an actress, that was essentially deepfaking her into some pornographic material, right? And the internet or Reddit anyway, went crazy over this content because people are like, is it real? Is it not real? We can't really tell. In 2018, a video came out on YouTube from sketch comedian Jordan Peele. So raise your hands if you've heard of Key and Peele before. Yeah, lots of people have heard of Key and Peele. So they do little sketches, little sketch comedy. And Jordan Peele actually did a deep fake pretending to be Barack Obama, where he calls Donald Trump a dipshit, I think is what he says. I actually have that clip. I'm going to show it to you today. It's really great. But in that case, that actually hadn't developed, deepfakes actually hadn't developed to a point yet where you could just make Barack Obama say that. And you'll actually notice in the fidelity of that deepfake, you can kind of tell that something's a little off. Also in that one, Jordan Peele had to imitate Barack Obama's voice because voice or audio deepfakes hadn't been developed to the fidelity of being able to reproduce someone's voice as effective as they are today. Right after that, in 2019, we started to see audio deepfakes emerging. So the ability to take someone's voice or a series of samples of someone's voice and manipulate that into a series of words, that they didn't actually say. And then also one of my favorite deepfakes, which is the Jennifer Lawrence, Steve Buscemi deepfake, which shows Jennifer Lawrence at an acceptance speech after she got an award, and they deepfaked Steve Buscemi's face onto her. And I have that clip as well. We're gonna have a look at that one too. It's my favorite deepfake of all time. 2020 through 2023, we started to see deepfakes actually start to have an impact on political issues. We started to see the Ukraine war. There was deepfakes that were used a lot in the war in Ukraine. I have an example of one of those in this presentation as well. We started to see social engineering attempts made using deepfakes, financial scams, sort of these things kind of bubbling up. And then in 2025, today, we've got open source tools, we've got paid tools. Glenn was talking about one. It's actually the tool I'm going to show today, which is Deep Live Cam is the one I have. You can buy face swap tools. Streamers on Twitch and Kick use deepfake tools to overlay faces on their faces for streaming content. So we see it much more prominently today than we did, in the deep dark corner of Reddit 10 years ago. So it's much more upfront in our faces, and they're becoming more and more undetectable all the time, actually. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. So that's kind of a summary of what we've seen over the last 10 years. So this is the first one I want to show you. So like I said, I couldn't show the Gal Gadot one. I'm sorry. You can go home and Google it if you want, but don't use your work computer. So I'm going to start with the Key and Peele. So this is the deepfake that Jordan Peele did of Barack Obama.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time, even if they would never say those things. So, for instance, they could have me say things like, I don't know, Killmonger was right, or Ben Carson is in the sunken place, or how about this? Simply, President Trump is a total and complete dipshit. Now, you see, I would never say these things, at least not in a public address, but someone else would. Someone like Jordan Peele. This is a dangerous time. Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet. It's a time when we need to rely on trusted news sources. It may sound basic, but how we move forward in the age of information is going to be the difference between whether we survive or whether we become some kind of fucked up dystopia.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry for that, guys.
Stay woke, bitches.
Yeah, so you can see, I just want you to kind of capture that in your mind for a moment and compare that to some of the content I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides. So you can see that that's obviously an address that Barack Obama gave where he's talking, because there's occasions where he's doing this, but Jordan Peele's not talking, right? So there's a little bit of misalignment in that. Also, you can sort of tell, like, he's kind of got dead eyes a little bit. It's kind of hard to tell what he's looking at. The deepfake's not really that great. The fidelity's not there. And like I said, the ability to manipulate Barack Obama's voice wasn't available at that time. So, we had to have Jordan Peele kind of give his own version of that voice. So like I said, 2019, we see a huge step up in fidelity. So this is, like I said, my favorite deepfake. This is Jennifer Lawrence at her acceptance speech.
Expected Amy to win. So I just like, it was just, this was very truly surprising for me. Yeah, I was just really surprised.
Hi. Sheridan Watson from BuzzFeed right here.
Hi.
So you're a huge Bravo fan.
Oh,
Who
yes.
is your favorite and least favorite housewife of all cities?
My favorite is probably Lisa Vanderpump. My least favorite, I don't want to have to say. I mean, I don't want to have to say, because who knows when you're going to run into these people,
Jennifer, over here to your right.
I hope I don't. I hope I'm never in that, situation where I'm like, oh, all the housewives are here. Anyway. Actually, I take that back. I do want to be in that situation.
Jennifer, over here
Yes,
to your
Sam
right.
Smith? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I have a follow-up about Amy Schumer. You guys said you were going to dress as twins.
Okay, we'll stop it there. So as you can see in that last one, expressions are captured. Eyebrows, eyes looking around, smiles, frowns. Motion tracking is really good. Jennifer Lawrence is able to move around the stage, and that deepfake is glued right to her face, which is really great. So, that's about a year difference between 2018 and 2019. So a pretty rapid growth there. Like I mentioned as well, 2019 we saw audio deepfakes come out. So I actually have 2 clips here. I'm going to play them both for you. And after I play them, I'm going to ask for a show of hands of which one you think is a deepfake. Okay, so here's the first one.
A hurried explanation from Luigi brought a cloud to the open face of the druggist, as if he hesitated to lay himself, and his little fortune open to the blackmailer.
Okay, so that's the first one. And then here's the second one. It's pretty short, so try and listen for it.
Are as profound as anything that I've seen in my lifetime, and I'm now...
Okay, so I'll play the first one again here.
Are as profound as anything that I've seen in my lifetime, and I'm now...
Okay, so that's Barack Obama. And then I'll play the other one here just one more time.
A hurried explanation from Luigi brought a cloud to the open face of the druggist, as if he hesitated to lay himself, and his little fortune open to the blackmailer.
Okay, so show of hands if you think the woman is the deepfake. Okay, a few people. Hands down, and then show of hands if you think Barack Obama is the deepfake. Okay, gotcha. So the woman clip is the deepfake, believe it or not. Yeah, so deepfakes are actually able to mimic voice, attenuation, pauses, breathing, and that's sort of the evolution that we've seen from that. It's probably going to play the Barack Obama one again. Sorry, I'm just going to...
Are as profound as anything...
Yeah, there we go. Great. Additionally, with audio deepfakes, the technology to be able to change someone's language is something that emerged as well. So not everything I'm going to talk... Fear, uncertainty, and doubt is not my breed of security professional. So not everything I'm going to talk about here is going to be scary. But this is my good friend, colleague, and co-founder, David Shipley, talking about Beauceron security. And for any of you that know David Shipley, know that the only thing that he can say in French is "le ketchup," and that's an inside joke because he puts ketchup on everything. So this video is actually David Shipley speaking French.
David Shipley, directeur général et cofondateur de Beauceron Security. Pourquoi avez-vous nommé votre entreprise de cybersécurité et votre technologie d'après un chien de berger du nord de la France, ce qu'est réellement un Beauceron?
So this is an AI deepfake where it's taken an original video of David Shipley, translated what he said, has him saying it in his voice, and has overlaid his mouth movements to be relevant to the words that he's saying in French as well. Yeah. Right? So 2020 through 2023, like I said, that's where we started to see political misinformation, financial scams. This was something that came out in March of 2022, so sort of at the peak of conflict between Russia and Ukraine, where this started to circulate online. And this is actually a clip of President Zelensky ordering Ukrainian troops to lay down arms and surrender to the Russians.
Українці, шановні захисники, бути президентом виявилося не так вже й легко. Я змушений приймати складні рішення. Спочатку.
Yeah, so fairly realistic. This was produced and then played on a series of Ukrainian-hacked television networks. So the Russians actually compromised a bunch of television networks and played this out over the TV. And of course, the Ukrainian government came in immediately and said, "This is fake. We didn't produce this," and it was kind of debunked. But this is where we really just first start to see that use of deepfakes to try and manipulate modern-day conflicts. Another one that we saw right around that time, so this is in May of 2023, so this was a picture of an explosion at the Pentagon, which made the S&P 500 drop 0.3%. And in case you're wondering how much that's worth, it's about $400 billion US in market loss. So this image of an explosion at the Pentagon started to circulate. People started to assume or speculate that there was some kind of terrorist attack on the Pentagon. There was a mass exodus in the in the markets. It drove algorithms of automated trading tools crazy, which resulted in a significant dive. And like I said, $400 billion worth of value in the S&P 500 gone as a result of a deepfake image. So again, starting to see something as simple as manipulated content from AI actually influencing dollar value, what people have in savings, for example, right? So this is actually one that I found myself. So 24, 25, like I said, open source tools, rampant expansion in the use of deepfakes and higher fidelity. So I actually recorded this. Just want to set this up for you a little bit because you're all security folks here and I think you would understand this. So this is a Facebook reel, which is like the short content that Facebook makes because I won't get TikTok. And essentially, if you listen closely, this is our former prime minister. He was the prime minister at the time, talking about an investment program where you can earn passive income from a government program. Okay, so this showed up on my my Facebook Reels without any provocation for me. It just popped up. It's a sponsored page, so it's paid for, and there's a link to click to learn more. But just have a look at this one.
If you are struggling financially due to debt or loans, or are simply looking for a way to earn passive income, this project could be the solution for you. This national initiative was designed to ensure that every Canadian feels supported by the government in improving their financial situation. To make this opportunity more accessible, we have lowered the minimum investment requirement from $750 to $400.
So you can see the fidelity is outstanding, very high fidelity, right? So I decided to do a little bit of research on this, and I actually found the original clip. It was posted on the Prime Minister's YouTube channel in his media address after the G20 in Brazil. And they actually just pulled it down off his YouTube channel, applied some deepfake technology against it, and rolled it out as a reel, a Facebook reel. Yep.
Is that kind of deepfake fair use?
Kind of deepfake fair use in what sense?
Well, I mean, like they took a small clip of a public broadcast and then they remixed it in a way. Maybe it qualifies as fair use for YouTube.
Yeah, no, great question. I'm not a licensing lawyer, so I don't. It's probably not a. You probably can't sue them over it. But yeah, no, you're right. It's publicly available content, so that may be captured under fair use law for sure. Yeah. So this is the original.
We gather here at the G20 at a particularly challenging time in the world for geopolitics, but also for citizens all around the world.
So it just kind of gives you a sense. And then I put them side by side so you can kind of see.
Debt or loans, or are simply looking for a way to earn passive income for geopolitics, but also for citizens all around the world. People are struggling with the rising cost of living, with the impacts of global inflation, with concerns about increasing impacts of climate change, with geopolitical instability that's affecting communities across Canada, but also around.
Yeah, so pretty insane, pretty insane. There is some entertainment value in some of this stuff. So again, another one of my favorite ones is this nightclub from the 80s that has all Gordon Ramsays throughout. Everybody has been deepfaked to a face of Gordon Ramsay, everybody. But we see really interesting content. So like I said, in 2025, there's Deepface Live or Deepcam Live is the one I'm going to use. There's paid like Reface that you can use. There's really weird content that's used to harvest likes. So this one is recent. This is from Charlie Kirk's murder, the one on the left here. And it's a deepfaked photo of Adam Sandler holding Charlie Kirk's father at his memorial, and an article about how he donated $1.5 million or something like that. That's used to garner interest from groups that would typically be separate, right? So maybe someone that likes Charlie Kirk might not like Adam Sandler, but by including this content in there, they're able to cast a wider net and potentially gain the interest of people that would like both of them, or potentially like Adam Sandler as well. So yeah, we're seeing some really interesting uses for some of this stuff, and kind of strange uses for sure. And when it comes to this stuff, they'll usually harvest likes and follows on pages and then sell that content or sell that page off to somebody that can then target those people with malware or malvertising, stuff like that. Okay, a couple use cases, or a couple case studies rather, that are really quick, only one slide each, and then we'll get into our demo. So I know I could watch that Gordon Ramsay deepfake all day. Yeah. So there was a case of fraud in the UK where Malicious actor used a deepfake audio to contact a senior leader of a UK-based energy firm. So they were a subsidiary of a parent company that was in Germany. And essentially they called the CEO and said, you're supposed to pay this money to a Hungarian supplier, pay it immediately, it's late. And the recipient of the call did process that. So it was approximately $243,000 that was lost. I'm a little bit skeptical about this one actually because there's not really a lot of detail about who the firm was or who was responsible or any of that stuff. But nonetheless, it's still out there on the internet. So I thought I would share, just what's there. The Zelensky surrender. So I think that's a really important one because it's the first time that we really start to see deepfake used for political instability, for media distrust. Like I said, it was circulated on social media and through hacked Ukrainian TV. And it's creating that information disorder. So a breakdown in communication, like what is real? That's the question that people start to ask, right? Is this real or is this not? And the Pentagon explosion is the same sort of thing where like we're starting to see actual impacts of these things in the tangible world, right? I picked this headline as well because I think it's hilarious. Fake viral images of explosion at the Pentagon were probably created by AI. Is the Pentagon on fire? Because if it's not, we can probably assume that they were created by AI. But the point I wanted to make here, the reason I picked that headline is because this is exactly what we're getting into, is that it has everybody questioning, is this real? Is this not? What's real? What's not? That sort of stuff. By the way, the one about the Pentagon was initially spread by verified Twitter accounts, because Twitter was Twitter at the time, using that blue check mark. So these verified Twitter accounts were circulating that. And the reason I'm not on Twitter, because it's a cesspool of circulating information, in my opinion. But yeah, so just to show you how that virality can have an impact. Detection challenges. So human detection is really ineffective. We're seeing a success rate for human detection now about 50% on average. And I think that was kind of demonstrated by the number of people here that were trying to figure out which audio clip was deepfake, right? So it was about half and half of all the people that did vote. Detection tools are not readily available. There's some that are out there. Some of them are kind of expensive. They can be difficult to implement. You have somebody in your organization that's browsing Facebook on their lunchtime and they're consuming this content. How do you regulate that? How do you put a control in place to manage that? And then the technology innovation. Like we're seeing deepfake technology scale and innovate way faster. The creation tools way faster than the detection tools. And so it's sort of on its own on a snowball downhill. And ultimately, what I'm trying to say is, this sort of stuff is what we're seeing. Viral posts claim Charlie Kirk shooting was a hoax. I mean, millions of people literally watched a guy get murdered on a video and said, oh, that's fake. So we've gotten to a point where the deepfake content is now influencing the way we see and interpret content. So if you thought phishing was bad, wait till deepfakes get in the hands of the bad guys. Okay, I'm going to jump over to my live demo because I'm running short on time here, but hopefully you guys find this interesting. So essentially what this is, I have to stop sharing my presentation, excuse me. There we go. Okay, so essentially what this is I have an Azure VM here because my little Lenovo ThinkPad does not have enough GPU power to run this tool. And what we've done is we've pulled down this open source tool called Deep Live Cam. And what I have to do is select a source image. So I've already spun it up. It takes a few minutes for the models to load and things. I've already done that in the background. What I have to do is select an image, and then it's going to capture my webcam and then apply that image to me. I can do a face swap. So for example, I've got a few recognizable celebrities here. Let's start with Tom Cruise. So we'll see if I make a half-decent Tom Cruise here. I'm going to warn you, it does take a few seconds for it to capture the image, but once we do it the first time, it'll be pretty fast for the rest of them. And you can see it doing its thing in the background there. God, 10 seconds feels like a lifetime when you're standing up behind this podium, I'll tell you that. Whew. There it is. So there you go. Now I'm Tom Cruise. I apologize for the frame rate. Because this is a VM in the cloud, it's streaming my my webcam up into the cloud to this VM. So the capture's a little slow, but as you can see, the angles are pretty good, right? I can rotate my face pretty well. Sometimes it breaks if I put my hand across in front. Yeah, just a little bit. But all in all, you know, you can catch my eyes. Let's try another one. So I've got Bradley Cooper here. Now what I will say, you may notice that all of my celebrities are white men. It doesn't do well, excuse me, changing your gender. I did try Ken Jeong, didn't work out very well. So we're gonna stay away from those, but this is Bradley Cooper. Yeah, there we go. And actually here, a pretty cool demo that I'll show you is, I'll actually grab my flashlight to show you how it does with light. So I'll just wait for my camera to catch back up here. There we go. So if I shine a light on my face, you can see it does that pretty well in real time. All right, we got probably time for one or two more here, maybe, yeah, okay. All right, so we'll grab a couple more. Let's see, Ryan Gosling. Yeah, he's a pretty famous Canadian actor, so we'll put him on there. Yeah, I make a pretty good Ryan Gosling, right? And then maybe we'll do one more just for good measure here. Maybe Chris Pine. Let's try Chris Pine. You can deepfake your own face onto your face. Results are not exciting. There's Chris Pine. Yeah. So what's interesting too is that this is actually doing a mask. You can have it do a mouth mask. Oh, there's the PayPal donate link I clicked by mistake. So yeah, what it'll actually do is it can detect where your, here we go. It'll detect where your mouth is, and, oh, it's not showing it for me right now. So it will actually detect where your mouth is. So you can do what's called a mouth mask, where it'll actually track where your mouth is and lay in my mouth instead of the image's mouth. There we go. So I have the mouth mask turned on right now just to show you how it's live tracking where my mouth is. The only thing is that your mouth structure is maybe not the same as the person you're trying to deepfake. So I kind of look like Chris Pine from my nose up and then me from my nose down. So it kind of, you lose the effect. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So when I do this, the enunciation of my mouth is not messed up by the deepfake in this case, so it's much more convincing. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So that's my live demo. Any questions?
Well, that's gonna mess up plenty of fish, isn't it?
Catfish has a whole new meaning now, Mike. Any questions or anything? Yeah, maybe? Don't be shy. Oh, back over here, Brandon.
Feels like I'm on VOCM. But the so you can mimic, say, someone's face, right? But is there an uncanny valley where you don't really mimic their behavior? You know what I mean? So I mean, different people, when you see them on like late night or whatever, they all have these different personalities, right? That kind of shine through when they do it. And so AI can mimic that. Is that something that you see in the future?
Yeah, good question. So being able to mimic someone's personality and create like a synthetic personality of that person, you're right. I haven't really seen anything like that right now. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It could be something that we see down the line for sure. I would say, like, in any of the attacks that I've heard about, it's usually somebody that would not typically be communicating with the individual. So I'm a financial analyst and the CEO calls me. I don't interact with the CEO every day, so maybe it's difficult for me to know what they actually act like. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like there are definitely our mannerisms. There's a social engineering element that would have to happen there. I'd have to pretend to be somebody. So yeah, we might see that. You're absolutely right. We might see that down the line for sure. Yeah, great question. Any other questions about this? That Deep Live Cam is available on GitHub if you want to check it out, download it, and play with it. It's an open source tool, so go and check it out and yeah, play with it. I encourage you. Otherwise, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's awesome, man.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate. Oh, my mic's still on. I feel like I'm mic'd up at the hockey game here.
Oh, sure. The bag is right there.
All right, we have the last prizes to give away for today. These are the kind of, I guess, the bigger ones. We have first, it's a gaming combo, so a keyboard, mouse, and a headset. All right, and you had to be here to win. So let's see. 625533. Nice.
Oh, I was going to do a couple Amazon cards first. But
Yeah, we'll put them in after.
Okay.
All right.
There you go.
So we'll do a couple of Amazon.
Do two $50 Amazon gift cards,
All right.
and then we'll do that.
So $50 Amazon gift cards. $625,580. 580. All right. All right. Go see Nancy. All right, another gift card.
I believe it's to be used for
625500.
Oh, sweet. Awesome, Brian. Awesome.
All right.
Yeah,
Yep,
see
go see
Nancy
Nancy.
there.
Yep. All right, now we're going to give away an iPad Air.
I feel like I'm on the Price is Right.
625553. Nice. Nice. All right, that is it. Yeah, so that concludes the talks and the presentations for today. I'm not sure if there's any others that have prizes to give away. If not, you can come up. Yeah, so our social event starts very soon. Now.
Mention these?
Yeah, so anyone that's sticking around for the CTF, we do have some good prizes. First place gets Sony headset. Second place gets Garmin watches. And the third prize is more Amazon gift cards. And I believe AWS has some stuff to give away as well, yes? Well, not here. No, but you will win something, absolutely. Cool. All right, so stick around for the social. There's lots of food and open bar and lots of fun discussions. So, thank you very much.